Hey now, I saw y'all in here. Saw everybody in here chatting and thought, man, let's just start this joint up. Let's just get to talking. Let's see if I can get my camera a little better. Bam, there it is. See y'all in here. I know y'all are eager. Y'all are eager. I got you. Ramsey, you disappoint me, man. You disappoint me. I was wondering what I was confident your first message would be about the U.S. Open. Rather than your hate for the 49ers, but I guess it is. I guess you do what you got to do. But I was confident you were going to hit us with something weird.
Well, Ramsey always going to come with the hater remark first. They always going to.
I really thought he would go, congratulations to Carlos Alcaraz. What a U.S. Open performance for the 19-year-old. I'm thinking, because Ramsey's not on social media, if like the chatty house, we could just have like a pool on Twitter. Like, what's Ramsey's comment gonna be? I was thinking of starting that last night. I didn't have 49er hate being first. I am the Bay. Never. It's just fucking. The answer's never. We're never going in. Let's just if we look at it that way, we won't be disappointed. We're never going. Yes, I believe that's accurate. The Dallas Cowboys have been eliminated.
Damn. The Cowboys might have been eliminated sometime in the third quarter anyway.
They might have been eliminated before that damn game started.
It's a good call. Jesse's MVP pick.
Oh, yeah. Jesse was tweeting about Lamar yesterday, boy.
Yeah, Jesse's MVP pick. Oh, let me tell you guys.
That shit the Ravens did was trash. Leaking that story to Schefter. That was trash. We'll get to it. We might get to it. I don't know if we will. We'll try to.
Let me tell you guys now, in all seriousness, no flip side today.
Oh, come on
now. No, in all seriousness. Where I went to get the audio is not there anymore. So I spent the last hour trying to figure out a different way, and I still haven't figured it out. So
let's just scrap it then.
Yeah.
Let me just scrap it and have you chasing the whole damn internet for a jokey joke bit.
And there were so many F-bombs dropped when I scoured the goddamn page.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they hit it now or I don't know what happened, but I said
it's probably probably behind a damn subscription service or something.
So, but I subscribe to the service. That's what pisses me off even more.
I don't know. Hey, Mrs. MacTan, that's big facts right there.
Yes, indeed. So, I'm not trying nothing nefarious here with Flipside. Last year I gave Flipside only in 49er losses for a couple weeks last year. So, I'm not doing that nefarious. The place I typically get the audio from is.
So RIP Flipside then. We can't have Kenny spending his Sundays and Mondays chasing down some audio. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Serious though, Jesse, if you can, like if we can get that, just please let me know. So no, it was XM. We didn't have it.
Cool. Yeah. Well, it's probably because of what we were talking about with Jeff this morning. Can't put it out there. Oh, we got you, Raul. Y'all good, baby. We got you. Safe space. Y'all ain't get slammed by the alphabet crew. I mean, lucky the NFL was on. Black Lives Matter. I don't know what that means, but good morning.
Look here, man. Damien, it's hilarious and it kind of pisses me off at the same time. What you told us earlier today. Like it is like that's how you want to do it. You guys just know. We're the home of the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
We would never keep nobody out the building. ever. Not like, okay, broadcast, just being in the building, being able to get in there. We would never do that. That is, that shit at me, it's hilarious and has me pissed off at the same time.
I ain't nothing to be pissed off about, man. They scared. It's
like,
all good.
What?
It's all good.
What?
Ain't no such things as that first. Bro.
I might have to. Let me get the tape.
We might see him. We might see him. Woo-hoo-hoo! KC a little fired up today, man. I like it.
All the way up, man.
I like it.
All the way up.
I like angry KC. I'm with it, man. Welcome in to this Monday, September 12th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me. It's showtime.
It is our first 49ers Monday of the year, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. James Hamel joined us in the final hour of the show. We'll start. I mean, I just want a quick note here for everybody. You are on social media.
Yes,
right.
Yes,
You're on Twitter.
Absolutely.
And
on
Instagram.
Diddy on Twitter.
If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320, you see the handle right there on the screen. It's at IMK Diddy.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man, we're 2 years into this. I know I'm the Marty Jannetty of this team, but that doesn't bother me a bit. I don't mind being the Marty Jannetty of the squad. When the 49ers lose, you don't have to tag me and ask me how Kenny's doing. You can ask Kenny. Kenny is just as available on social media as I am. You don't have to hit my DMs going, oh, man, how's Kenny? Gonna be rough for your partner this week. What y'all gonna say about Trey Lance? Brody, like, what is happening right now? I put out a couple of tweets about the 49ers, but hey, you could talk to Casey just like you could talk to me. I don't mind carrying the bags through the airport, but my goodness.
This guy.
He's right here. Man, I got so many DMs and tweets. I was like, did Kenny delete his did Kenny just delete everything? No, he was still there.
I was right here.
Did he?
I was right here. I'm always here, man. I'm always here. You know what I'm saying? You know what hold on, you already know what it is with me. I don't even know where this thing is no more. I don't even there it is.
Still standing. I'm still strong here.
I'm here. I ain't going nowhere.
You mean the season isn't over after week one?
It's almost over. After week one, it's almost over.
Well, it's over for the Dallas Cowboys, but we'll get to that story. We'll get to that story later on. All right, let's dive into it. The 49ers lose in frustratingly familiar fashion yesterday to the Chicago Bears 19-10. Let me say this before we inevitably do what we're going to do. There is nothing you can convince me in 2 watches of that game, the live version yesterday and the condensed version today, that the reason the 49ers lost that game was because of the way Trey Lance played quarterback. There's one stat I'll give you, thanks to Kyle Madsen for this one. We had all seen the 12 penalties, the 99 yards, all of that stuff. We talked, you in particular, first 8 games of last year, talked extensively about back-breaking penalties. That Bears team yesterday, and congratulations to that Chicago Bears team and Justin Fields, by the way, who survived the elements just like the San Francisco 49ers did, and did more with their possessions to win that game. 15 first downs for the Chicago Bears. 5 of them came off of penalties. 5. A third of their first downs came off penalties. That's courtesy of Kyle Madsen, Chris Peterman, Candlestick Chronicles. That and the 6-7 other penalties they committed, that's why they lost yesterday.
Absolutely. I agree. I mean, you look at 12 penalties for 99 yards.
No
specifically,
good.
There was for me personally, the game changed, and you can even say it was lost in a couple of moments, as a couple of instances, and one in particular was in the third quarter, middle of the third quarter. the Niners were stifling the Bears' offense like they were doing the entire game up until that point. It was a 3rd and 4, handoff to Montgomery. He stuffed a yard behind the line of scrimmage. Tackle is made, gang tackle by at least 3 or 4 guys. The play's done. And I don't really know where I want to go on this one as far as playing the blame game. But the play is done. Montgomery is stifled. 3 or 4 49ers are tackling him. Mm-hmm. And Dre Greenlaw comes in and he gets the face. He gets the face, man. I'm not going to act like he didn't. He had it it was a split second in slow-mo. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was a split second in slow-mo. And he gets the face mask and, don't hesitate. Yeah, let me throw the flag. That was, what? They were going to get off the field on that one. They had just gone up 10-0. They were going to get off the field. 15-yard penalty extends the drive. And they had another play. I think it was the very next play. The safety Gibson has Justin Fields throw one right in his breadbasket. He drops it. All right. That's another opportunity to kind of put this game away or be in position to do so. You get to another 3rd down and 10. Eric Armstead has a shot at Justin Fields, but Justin Fields makes a good play to roll out to his left and make the play. And then Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga, who played phenomenal. No communication or terrible awareness. And even then, this isn't even all on them because Dante Pettis actually did what you're not supposed to do in that situation. You see your guy scrambling. You're supposed to move towards him to make a closer throw. He stays on that complete side for whatever reason. Justin Fields makes had great awareness to make that play. Hits him on the other side of the field. Pettis goes in for the touchdown. It's 10-7. And that sequence is where I knew they were in big trouble after that.
Okay. I mean, there were a couple of calls. Like there was a Brandon Ayuk push off call that was pretty tough. But
the first personal foul on roughing the passer was egregious. I mean, that was egregious.
So was that the one where Justin slid?
Yeah, towards the sidelines.
So, okay, he slid to. Oh, okay, I got you. Because there was another one where he slid, and I think it was Al-Shazier. I think
it might have been Greenlaw, or I can't remember.
Maybe it was somebody. Somebody got him, and it was one of those. Ooh, that's tough. Fair call. But it's really, really close. Fast forward 3 hours, 2 hours, whatever it was. I flip over to, Chargers, Raiders. Same thing happens, just same exact, timing, everything. And they called it. So it made me think differently about the 49ers one that I saw. Cause it's like, they're calling that pretty consistently. If Ty doesn't go to the runner, Ty goes to the quarterback. If it's sketchy, they're gonna throw the flag to attempt to deter it. I'm not even mad at it. It wasn't until, was it Dante Pettis? the 51-yard touchdown play that you saw that miscommunication there, and it was like, okay, that's the one that led to the touchdown. Then you had, there was the other play where Justin Fields scrambled, floated, lobbed one up. Like you saw a couple of defensive miscommunications, and we'll talk more about those in a couple of minutes. Those were the ones where I was looking at like, hang on. This is the side of the ball that's not supposed to have those issues. Mm-hmm. This is the side of the ball that's not supposed to have communications issues and learning curves and figuring it. This side of the ball is the one that's supposed to be solidified and solid. When I saw them giving up those plays, I got concerned. Even with all that said, I thought the 49ers still had a chance, but as the weather got just progressively more disastrous,
once you got into the later stages of the fourth quarter, about 8 minutes to go, it was done. It was, and so I heard it perfectly earlier today. And this is correct. Whoever was ahead at the 10-minute mark of the fourth quarter, 9-minute mark of the fourth quarter, they were going to win the game. There was nothing that was going to happen offensively for either team, especially if you talk about having to drive down the field, because the rain came down in a major way.
I can't lie. Those digital markers that they put on the screen really threw me for a loop. I was like, yo, what is that? What's happening in Chicago right now? And then I saw the way, oh, that's fine. Oh, okay. All right. That's all good.
Nah, that rain came down in a major way. And it was one of those things, man. Yesterday was one of those things. If I had to put some blame on the loss, I don't even know where I'd go for the majority of the blame, because it was team wide.
I mean,
and you talked about the defense. The defense, they tricked it off. You would hope that you would be able to score more than 10 points in that situation, but the defense, as great as they looked for 2.5 quarters, the breakdowns that they had for the rest of that game were inexcusable. It was inexcusable, man. The Bears, they're not a good team. They don't have a lot of offensive weapons, and they were mental errors, whether it was penalties, blown coverage, and miscues of that nature. That can't happen from a defense that's that good. That can't happen.
I think that's a good question that I really haven't thought about, because of course, when you lose, you have to blame somebody. And when you have that level, when you have that amount of penalties, do you look at Kyle Shanahan and D'Amico Ryan? Do you look at them first?
I don't look at them for the penalties. We went through this last year. I don't look at them for the penalties. I do look at Kyle Shanahan for, I love Kyle. I love Kyle, but nobody's perfect. And one of the things that frustrates me with Kyle is his play calling gets conservative too often.
But okay, I'm interesting you said that. I'm going to make a note of that. Conservative play calling, and we're going to talk about that, because that was a theme on social media. I think I got introduced to Niners Twitter yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was. I didn't get a full grasp of Niners Twitter because I was gone for the second half of that game.
I made the mistake of I made the mistake of tweeting about the 49. I don't know who was. Well, there's a lot to talk about regarding Trey Lance, conservative play calling. James Ham just tweeted that the Sacramento Kings have waived DJ Stewart.
That was quick.
It's fun while it lasted, I guess. Couple of days here with the Sacramento Kings, get a workout in. But as we get closer and closer to training camp, the Sacramento Kings officially waived TJ Stewart. Again, that's according to our ESPN 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, who will be with us in the final hour of the show. We're just getting started. We've got a lot of 49ers and Bears to talk about. We've got Raiders to talk about as well. My bad.
Did y'all tell me that was a home game? That was supposed to be a home game, right?
My bad. Okay. We'll talk about it. We'll look over the rest of week 1 of the NFL season, man. It's our first NFL Monday. It's our first 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. You get more. Dealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Tua did work.
Hold on. I gave you that. I said to take that money to the bank. Yeah. Tua did look good though. I gotta go back and watch that game.
Yeah, that's one that I'd like to watch. I watched a couple after the fact. I hate that I wasted time watching that trash last night, but that's one I want to go back and see. I did watch our boy Lamar, and I watched Patrick Mahomes. Goodness gracious. Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, that's my CTV.
Oh, let's go.
That is my CTV. It's a 10 o'clock game. It's in Baltimore.
49ers.
Yeah,
1 o'clock game tomorrow.
Yesterday I was. You know how it goes, Damien. I think I talked about this last year. You know how it goes. The Niners lose. You know how many highlights I'm watching that Sunday night? Mm-hmm. None. I ain't watching none of the highlight shows. You know how it goes. So
Yeah.
I didn't watch any of that. But I needed a pick me up, and I had a little night out for a quick second
I
last
saw that.
night. Yeah, I
I
went
saw
to try
that.
Fannie Lay at Ace of Spades. She did a
How
good
was
job.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, she did a good. I had never been to Ace of Spades before, so
It's a good club
yeah.
concert venue.
It's
Seen some good folks
it's
there.
good for that type of set, like that type of artist,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
You know, somebody that's kind of, famous, but
Mhm.
they probably can't do Golden One or something. It's good for that. So I was tucked on the side, had a lot of space, a lot of elbow space doing my thing. So yeah, had to get away from football for the rest of the night.
Good stuff.
Oh, what you got?
Oh, my.
Wait. Do you want to save it for the show?
It's not bouncing.
That's fair.
Oh, yeah. I'm good with that.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I mean, Fields, he didn't.
They were
look
damn near
great.
identical yesterday.
Right. I thought they both looked fine. Like
given the circumstances, I thought they were fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they look fine. They look fine, man. It's
Trey was a better runner than
Yeah.
Justin Fields was.
but
but
Justin was probably
that's
a little
probably-
better scrambler, if that makes like keep
Well,
him plays alive to pass.
Trey's running was probably out of necessity.
Yeah,
Justin Fields was
right.
probably more scrambling than anything else, whereas Trey was like, hey, we need a run game.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Oh,
Oh.
I mean, I'm gonna
Break
have to
in
take
whenever
it out
you're
too,
ready.
because
Okay.
it's Jay Solo. He's playing in Baltimore next year.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's
He's playing in Baltimore on a 1-year deal for probably $40-something million. Yeah, they're going to do that dude dirty, which was clear by Schefter's report. Like, oh, they want him to look like an asshole.
that's messed up, man.
Yeah, especially with the way that I think it's 23 this year, Cheryl. I think that's how much he makes this year. When he gets franchised, he'll get an average, I think, of the top 5 salaries, which should be 40 something or pretty close to it. Strong arm the team.
Yeah, it kind of holds some leverage against them.
Yeah, you
But
have
Lamar has
leverage
the
of other
ultimate
clients.
Lamar got the ultimate leverage, and he's not.
That's the
playing it.
thing. That's the thing that pissed. Steelo and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You want to be a part of the show, man? You most definitely can. 916-909-1320. We're with you all day. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. We'll talk about the Kings making some cuts today. DJ Stewart was cut after a stellar 5 or 6 days with the Sacramento Kings.
Those workouts were crazy. When he was working out with the team, the 3-on-3s. I mean, man, they were crazy.
We'll always have those off-season workouts, DJ. We'll always have them. I wanted to, obviously we're talking a lot of 49ers. We're talking a ton of football today. We'll get to the Raiders and their week 1 loss. I've got some feelings on that one that are a little bit different than my feelings about the 49ers. We'll have some overreactions from around the league as well. Plenty to talk about. But let's get back to something you just said a few minutes ago, because I saw a lot of this in some interactions and just from people tweeting on social media about Kyle's conservative play calling. And I guess I wasn't. There's no doubt it was conservative, but I guess I wasn't particularly bothered by it because that's what I expected. I expected conservative play calling in an effort to protect Trey Lance and get him comfortable. And I expected conservative play calling because of, what they were dealing with in terms of the elements, in terms of the rain, in terms of the weather. Now, having the game in our rearview mirror now, you probably would have liked to have seen Kyle be a little bit more aggressive in the first part of the game, knowing it was going to get significantly worse later. But that's in hindsight. I don't know that they I don't know that they knew that the weather was going to get that much worse as the game went along. And I don't know how much more he could have been aggressive, how much more aggressive he could have been in the first quarter. So I had less of an issue with his conservative play calling because I expected it.
Well, it wasn't all game long. It was in certain parts. And this is usually what it is with Kyle. There are certain times when I want to see him step on the gas and be more aggressive, and he actually gets less aggressive. And right after the Bears scored the touchdown to go up or cut it to 10-7, the play calling there was just a little frustrating. A run by Wilson that wasn't getting much anywhere. And we haven't even talked about the fact that Elijah Mitchell out again. And we have a couple other things that we got to talk about that running back room that are on my mind. But he had the play to Debo after that. They got a first down by Juwan Jennings. But I just didn't. He tried that tight end screen that he tries a lot. I saw them on maybe 3 different occasions, and this one is hard to tell because you don't know what Kyle is telling Trey to look for. You don't know what the pressure is. You don't know the reads, all this other stuff. But I saw them push the ball down the field on 3 or 4 occasions and be successful at it. And it just seemed like they were doing this little, stuff around the line of scrimmage and things of that nature. And I wanted to see him in that situation answer the Bears score with an aggressive drive to kind of take momentum back a little bit, see if you can get into the end zone. And I didn't think he did that in that particular case. And after that, the offensive line kind of fell apart. The defense fell apart as well. But there were a couple of moments where I would have liked for them to be a little bit more aggressive. And that was one of them right there.
Okay. Let's note this too. If you've got like this, like I see Brad has never had a good take in his life, but I see it but they're echoing a lot of people. Man, Trey Lance is going to get benched eventually. If you've got a take on Trey Lance as a quarterback, like I'm going to stop short of calling you an idiot. I'm just going to ask you a question. Like, you're basing this off of one game. That's the only possible thing it could be. You're basing this off of one game. Let me give you a couple of numbers here. How about 6 of 15 for 74 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, and a 44-point loss? How about 18 of 33, 245, 1 touchdown, 2 interception, lost? 15 of 22, 196. 16 of 33, 151, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. How about 10 of 19 for 82 yards? 10 of 17 for 84 yards. You know whose stats those are? Your beloved Josh Allen. Those are Josh Allen's first 6 games in the NFL. You want some more? I got some more. I did some research. What do we got here? 18 of 34 for 153, 15 of 20 for 151, 10 of 21 for 130, 17 of 25 for 160, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Who's that? The guy we're going to watch tonight. Who's got jewelry. That's Russell Wilson. So we're quick. I get it. We want to react. We have to have an immediate reaction. You're telling me Trey is done as a quarterback in the National Football League because of what you saw yesterday in Chicago? Child, please.
Oh, man.
Y'all, just like I said yesterday, I'll say it directly to each and every one of you. Listening, watching, tweeting, you're lazy. You're lazy, dude. Stop being so reactionary. You're lazy. And if you think Jimmy Garoppolo was going to step onto that field in those conditions and save that team yesterday, bruh.
Please.
And let's be clear. I'm not a 49er fan. I'm speaking from reality. You think Jimmy Garoppolo was going to go in there and save that team yesterday? Stop it.
Please.
Y'all got to stop it.
The dumbest take that I saw all yesterday, and I don't know if it's been in the chat yet or anything, is, oh, well, they should have had Jimmy. Jimmy would have won that game. First of all, I love Jimmy Garoppolo. That's my guy. But you guys are making me say some things about Jimmy that I try not to say. But we saw Jimmy in a torrential downpour last year against the Colts, and he coughed it up every which way. Like we've seen that. Okay, like what? I don't really know what the hell you're talking about. We saw him against the Washington Redskins 2 years ago when they couldn't get a touchdown to save their lives, and the defense did their job that day and kept the Redskins scoreless, or the football team, whatever they're being called at the time. We've seen that. Okay, if you're sitting up here and you're telling me that Trey Lance isn't ready, or Trey Lance is the problem, then you didn't watch the game. And if you did, you don't know what the hell you're watching. Because I'll be honest with you, Damien, I didn't tweet it out. I guess maybe it's not real because I didn't tweet it out. Okay. But
those are the rules. Those are the rules.
But I sat there around halftime, maybe a little bit after halftime. And I said to myself, I said, Casey, I've seen what I needed to see. Niners are a good team. They're fine. Trey is fine. This defense is just fine. Everything's fine. I said, I've seen what I needed to see, regardless of outcome. Because the one thing that I've thought about the entire time since I saw the weather report is the great equalizer will be out there. And that's Mother Nature. And I said, I was texting with a couple of homeboys. I was like, if it was 75 and sunny, this is not to disrespect or take away from the win or whatever. The Bears played in the same condition yesterday. They made the plays. They won the game. That's what it is. But I have no doubt in my mind, if it was 75 and sunny, Niners would have boat raced the Bears yesterday. The great equalizer was the conditions. And the Niners didn't handle business in those conditions yesterday. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with saying that. So I say all that to say I watched the game about halfway through, and I said, I'm perfectly fine with Trey Lance, the quarterback. I'm perfectly fine with the personnel that this team has. They're good to go. Now you just got to make sure that they get out of here with the win. They weren't able to do that. Get out of there healthy and get out of there with the win. They weren't able to do that. They lost. It happens. They lost the game. And young Sav, like, come on, man. This is the problem that I have with some of you guys. Young Sav, less than 45 seconds ago, I literally just said, take nothing away from the Bears. They played in the same conditions. They made the plays. They won the game. Ain't nobody blaming the weather. But if you're acting like playing in a torrential downpour and playing in puddles the entire game had nothing to do with it, then I just don't know what to tell you. It had a lot to do with it.
It's lower on my list, though, because I don't think the rain caused the defensive lapses, and I don't think the rain caused pre-snap penalties. I don't think the rain – what was it, 12-3? Was that the penalty? Let me make – 12-5. Okay, I've got 12-3, but 12-3, 12-5, regardless – that's a big discrepancy. Mm-hmm. You just said this. They're playing in the same conditions. Mm-hmm. I'm not blaming. You can't blame 12 penalties on the weather. If we've got a power rankings of why the 49ers had this brutal loss to the Chicago Bears yesterday, it starts with a lack of discipline for me. That's where it starts. You can go in a variety of directions after that. You can go. I think one of the frustrating things you talk about, I think I'm less inclined to go, well, I'm not worried about them. They'll be fine. There's concerns. Some of it's in that running back room. And we'll get to that in just a second. But right before Trey threw that interception, he had converted like a tough third down to, I think it was Ross Dwelle. And there was a moment where it's like, okay, all right. It's like, might be too late, but like see if you can show something here, like get something going. And of course, there's no reason to talk about it. It doesn't matter because it led to nothing. But I thought in that moment, like, hey, he's composed. He's showing some good signs here. Push forward. I feel like you've got to take the good with the bad when you're watching a player in their third professional game. Third start. And I think there was a little bit of good. I think there was enough bad. And anything you say regarding Trey Lance today is nothing. But you could say it next week. Once we start having a sample size of this, then it's different. There's no sample size right now. But once you have one, then the conversation changes. I'm speaking solely about Trey Lance right now. That loss yesterday, in my opinion, doesn't fall on his shoulders. It starts with the penalties. Probably, I might go Kyle and D'Amico Ryan next. And then, we can get to Trey Lance or whatever after that. Hell, Debo fumbled the first time he touched the ball. What we got? Cut him? Is he trash too?
Fumbled, yeah,
he ain't ready? Fumbled. He going to be replaced by Ray McLeod? I'm asking. You ain't allowed to make mistakes.
Like I said, Trey Lance, he looked fine yesterday. He didn't look great. He didn't look terrible. He looked just fine. Like that's what I took out of yesterday. The 49ers left opportunities on the field early in that game to kind of put the Bears away. They just didn't do it. They just didn't do it. And there's no smoking gun. At the end of the day, it's on those players out there on the field. It's not on Kyle. It's not on D'Amico Ryans, in my opinion. The players made mistakes out there and didn't capitalize on what they were supposed to do. Deebo Samuel, you got to protect the football.
You got to.
That's at least 3.
So here's why I'm hesitant to go, oh, this team is fine. Because that's a theme. That's a theme. This was an issue last year.
So here's the deal. Here's why I'll say this. If we're going with the themes, then Kyle Shanahan's teams have routinely shown later in the season they get better at that.
Hey, fair enough. So last year but last year you was a loss away from it being over.
But that's why
you gonna put yourself in that position year after year after year with a team that a lot of people think can go to the Super Bowl?
Hopefully not. But like I said, the theme, they'll correct that. That's why I say I'm not worried. They'll correct that.
Okay.
They'll correct that. I mean, we had the same discussion last year, and I said the things that are going down, the turnover, they lost the turnover battle again yesterday. But the things that are going down that kept them from winning games early in the season last year, the same things we saw yesterday. I said, if they correct that, they'll be fine. Last year they corrected that, they were fine. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't correct it again this year.
Let's get Leezy. Leezy been waiting a minute. 916-909-1320. Happy ass Leezy. He must be real happy ass Leezy. His Eagles look good yesterday.
That's right. Yo, what's good, Elon KC?
Thank you. Yeah.
Hey.
What's up, Leezy?
In the words of Jim Jones, we fly high. Shout out to my Eagles.
He was a Giants
fan. For Jalen Hurts. Where's all the Hurts haters? But I just wanted to call in today and talk a little bit about your Niners, KC. I know right now everyone's down on Trey. Everyone's selling Trey stock. I'm going the opposite direction. I want to hear your thoughts about the rumor that's just kind of being floated out there. Maybe the Cowboys could be interested in Jimmy G. I was just wondering what you guys would think about that. That could squash this whole quarterback controversy.
Appreciate you, Leezy. I'm gonna say no. We haven't touched on that yet. I'm sure everybody's seen it. Dak Prescott out 6 to 8 weeks after that monstrosity of a football game on Sunday Night Football. 6 to 8 weeks doesn't feel like a go get Jimmy G move. All year, sure. Right. ACL, thank goodness it's not ACL. Something that takes you out for the entire season. Sure. 6 to 8 weeks? I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
Especially when you talk about the compensation that would have to be given up. I mean,
Yeah.
how would you give up a third rounder?
Well, yeah, because now that yesterday's price isn't today's price, they got leverage now.
Yeah.
The 49ers got leverage. And it's like, oh, you need a quarterback.
Right.
Oh, okay, because we was asking for that. Now y'all ain't got nothing to say. Like, all right. This will be fun. 916-349-1320. Ramsey, what's happening, baby?
It was a tale of two halves, but it was a beautiful game yesterday. Beautiful game.
Hey, man. Hey, look, Ramsey, you had a terrible Sunday because all 7 of your teams lost yesterday. Who? Oh, the Bears are your team now? The Bears are your team?
Man, Ramsey got
The Bears are, you know that.
I've always been a Bears fan.
I thought you were a Falcons fan.
You like the Falcons, Cardinals, and Raiders. All of a sudden,
he and Ramsey left us. This is a cold world. Damn. I thought Ramsey was going to talk about, man, did you see Carlos Alcaraz? You see him go out there and win that men's? I thought he was going to talk about something random. He's talking about his list of teams. He had a good day yesterday.
He said, I've always been a Bears fan. You know that. Stop it.
I know John's a Bear. John Bull is a notorious Bears fan.
Manny, shout out Manny.
Bad Manny, yep. Chi-Town, worldwide. Manny's new to that. We'll have to run this by the Chicago delegation, the Bears delegation, and see if he is in fact allowed into that club. Yeah, that was a hell of a game though with Atlanta and New Orleans.
That was a good game.
That was wild.
Yeah.
916. Let's get our brother Herbert in here. Herbert, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC?
Herbert, what's up, my guy?
Hey, what's happening? Hey, just wanted to give a few points on Trey. I watched the Joe Budden podcast last week, and he had Brandon Marshall and Shady McCoy and Pac-Man Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And they were asking about, just asking about 49ers and what they thought they'd do this year. And basically, they all agreed that Trey Lance would probably have a year like Kaepernick's first year because there was no tape on him.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't really know what he was going to do, his tendencies or who he liked or anything like that. So I still think Trey Lance is probably going to surprise the league a lot because they don't know what he's going to do. And then on the flip side, Pac-Man Jones, he said that Shanahan probably will go down as one of the best that ever did it, because of his dad and the knowledge he has and just those schemes and exotic, offenses that he draws up or whatever. So, I think 49ers are all right, man.
Okay.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. I
agree with that one. Greatest of all time line, but
he's got a long way to go before we get to that.
I guess we'll see.
He got a long way to go and a lot of wins needed to get to something at that level. But I'm not. Yesterday was frustrating because you had a Bears team that you should have beat. You should have took care of business against, and you didn't. And regardless of whatever the circumstances are, it's a loss. So it's in a loss column, and it's frustrating because of that. But there's two things that that kind of don't have me sweating at all. Number one, it's week one. But most importantly, it's week one. Trey will be fine. I didn't see anything from Trey Lance to make me think like, I don't know if you can have this guy out here. He'll be fine. Not worried about that at all. The other thing that made me say it's not really a big deal is I saw what the hell happened in the NFC yesterday. Matter of fact, I saw what the hell happened in the own division. Hey, quite possibly, season starts next week in the NFC West. No harm, no foul, all the way around. As it looks like, unless the Seahawks do something crazy, everybody's going to start off 0-1. And the main objective here is to get into the playoffs. You want that first round bye in the home field. Absolutely. You want to do all that to get to that point. But get into the playoffs. If the Niners were an AFC team, I'd be a little bit more concerned than what I am right now. NFC is not strong whatsoever. Like, I don't want to say you can give away games. You don't ever want to do that, but it's not.
They need to clean up these mistakes, though. They need to not wait till week 8 to clean up these mistakes.
No, I mean, they need to clean them up next week. You know what I'm saying?
I think acting like they could just walk into Seattle and get the job done like it's nothing is a bit silly. Like, they've got things to correct.
Well, it's at home.
Seattle's fine walking out against Seattle.
Seattle on a short week should handle business.
You should.
You should handle.
You should. You should have handled business against Chicago too, and you didn't. That's why again, it's a reaction to week 1. They can erase all of this. Next Monday, the conversation could be completely different. We'll have a sample size of each group. If they do what they're supposed to do, we'll have a sample size of the good with the 49ers and the bad with the 49ers. And then our job will be to figure out which one is the real one and what it means for them when their schedule picks up in week 3 and week 4 and they start to face some tougher teams. We do need to have a conversation about Elijah Mitchell. We need to have a conversation. That whole running back room, unit, crew, all this talk about Davis Price, the kid from LSU, 3rd round pick, all the talk. What was my man's name? Jordan Mason. Mm-hmm. We saw all of the hell. I think the first person to touch the ball on the ground was Brandon Ayuk. Then we had the Deebo Samuel from Elijah Mitchell Elijah Mitchell and Deebo Samuel were a nice little 1-2 punch in the running game until Elijah went out.
Yeah, and a 2 punch.
And it looks like he's out. I think the report. I don't even think there was a specific timeline. I think there was a report that he's out several weeks with his knee injury. But why the hell was the kid from LSU not even active?
Well,
this is this second year in a row, a 3rd round pick that's a running back hasn't been active in week 1.
Yeah, and this has to be addressed by Kyle Shanahan in 1 or 2 ways. Number 1, you lose the keys to drafting in 2nd or 3rd round or whenever you lose the keys, because we also got a terrible offensive line, and you got Aaron Banks who can't get the job done. He's a 2nd round pick. So either you have no idea what you're doing at that time slot in the draft, and they need to take the keys away from you, or you need to stop looking for perfection and let these guys play. Because there's no reason why Davis Price should be a healthy scratch week 1. There's no reason whatsoever, unless he's no good. And if he's no good, you need to stop making the picks.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. We'll have our Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. It's not going to a 49er.
No.
We'll talk more about those running backs. We'll talk more about the defense. We'll talk about some observations made yesterday on social media. We'll talk about the Raiders. We'll talk about week 1. There's still plenty ahead here on this 49ers Monday, brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, man. June, I got your message on IG. I hit you right back. If you go to IG there, June, I'm waiting for you.
I thought he. I feel like he is, but that
he has been.
Oh, I can't.
I mean, how many years into his career is he?
Can y'all not hear me?
Yeah, I think so.
There we go. It's just having a conversation.
You couldn't hear?
No, Jesse fixed what it was.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I think that he is, but we'll ask that question on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, okay. Who did I give it to?
Yeah, he did give it to Josh Allen. I haven't taken the strap off of
Dr. David, I'm never getting that money back. So no, I'm never getting that back. Yeah, June, IG works. IG works. Oh man. We even had JC back. Oh, that shit. No, you're right. Yeah, they looked really good yesterday. Absolutely. I mean, we'll talk about it. We'll get there. But yeah, absolutely. They look good. I think all 4 teams in that division are really good. Like it's not that I don't like the Chargers. I don't buy. It's like someone. I don't know. That's the one that I buy in the least. But I could change my mind tonight. I could absolutely change my mind tonight. But yeah, they looked. Man, Justin Herbert. My God, man, that dude. That's it. Well, what he was doing to that Raider defense yesterday was incredible. But they played themselves back into that game, though. That's the thing. It was 2 good teams yesterday. Yeah, he might be the MVP, Nick. Very well might be. That team keeps winning. We'll be in the conversation with your boy in Buffalo.
Too many proclamations after week 1.
It's overreaction Monday.
Entirely too many.
Overreaction Monday.
Rich, Rich, and I saw Pino in here. I need y'all in here. If y'all don't win the Super Bowl, the way y'all be talking, because it was definitely quiet in Chiefs Kingdom after the AFC Championship game last year. So Chiefs fans be loud, man. If they don't win the Super Bowl, I need to hear from you. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I ever asked for. I need to hear from you.
Mm-hmm. Live on the Odyssey app as well as twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Plenty of ways you could catch up with D'Lo and KC. You could do it on social media. You can get us on these phone lines as well. 916-909-1320. You can join the Chatty House on Twitch or YouTube. Take part in this conversation. Overreact a little bit to week 1 of the NFL season, and this is no overreaction.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Yes, indeed. The ceiling is the roof. Performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment, whether it's an old roof you want looked at or you want to inquire about solar panels. They've got you covered. Many other services that ACR Solar and Roofing provides. Give them a call, 916-481-7200, 30 of 39, 360 yards passing, 5 touchdowns, 44-21 over the Arizona Cardinals. Patrick Mahomes.
That was a beatdown.
I feel like people are ready for the Patrick Mahomes demise. Man, it ain't here yet. Patrick Mahomes gets the ceiling is the roof performance of the night. Brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Again, the number 916-481-7200. 7,200. A big-time performance from Patrick Mahomes yesterday and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Sometimes you don't get much of anything. Actually, most of the times you don't get much of anything out of preseason. But sometimes you be having those Roy Jones, y'all must have forgot, like revelations.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was on these airwaves and I was talking about, I don't know if the Chiefs are going to make it. I don't think that, and Pino in the chat, that's my guy. Shout out Jersey, stand up, Pino. Keep the same energy because we got plenty of people that co-signed that I said this. I came on here and I said, I don't know about the Chiefs. I think they might miss the playoffs or whatever the case may be. I'm not completely there yet. I'm thinking they might miss the playoffs. And then I saw Patrick Mahomes in the first preseason game. And I said, no, I want to walk that back a little bit. They still got Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
They still got Andy Reid. This wasn't yesterday, Pino and Rich. This was after the first preseason game against the Bears. I saw him play, and I just hadn't seen him in a while. I said, nah, I'm not going to go there right now because that man 15 is still the truth. And Andy Reid is still calling plays. And while Tyreek Hill was special in Kansas City, I do believe Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are good enough where I don't want to say you put anybody in there, but you can put a lot of different people in their offense, having Patrick Mahomes throw the ball to you, and everything will be all right. I think the Chiefs are really good. I think they are a legit Super Bowl contender. To me, the AFC comes down to the Bills, the Chargers, the Ravens, and the Chiefs. And I can't really choose between, I guess I did. I chose the Ravens to get to the Super Bowl, but any one of those four, I think those are the big wigs in the AFC.
Jesse, anything you want to add to this conversation?
Yeah, so we all know Cooper Kupp had my belt. I thought after Thursday, his numbers were great and stuff. So I was like, he's going to keep it or whatever. But I mean,
wait a minute. Hold on. When did you give it to Cooper?
I gave it to him after the Super Bowl. We did this. You guys gave it to Donald. I gave it to Cooper.
I thought you gave it to Donald too. You gave it to Cooper. That was a take.
Yeah. So either way, I got to give the belt to Mahomes. I like Josh Allen. He's the second best quarterback in the league, but Mahomes, I think, is number one by far right now. Everyone thought him losing Tyreek and all those guys, he was going to struggle and stuff. That dude had, what was it, 4 touchdowns before the end of the first half, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a clinic.
Yeah, he's one of the best of all time. I'll say, I don't care if it's an overreaction. He's one of the best of all time. He's got my belt right now. He's the best.
That's not an overreaction. This could be this could be a Tuesday night in Texas situation where the Undertaker beats Hulk Hogan at Survivor Series in 1991 and takes the championship on a Thursday and then goes on to lose it to Hulk Hogan on this Tuesday in Texas. I'm not gonna do it, but I'm watching this really closely. I gave it to Josh Allen after week 1. It had to come off of Aaron Donald. Josh Allen is deserving, but I got my eyes on Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes.
I'll tell you this right now. My belt is currently on Aaron Donald. I can tell you right now. The belt has been stripped off Aaron Donald.
No, it's an AEW situation. Oh no.
Vacant, and we will have a new KCC belt holder.
It's WrestleMania 4. It's WrestleMania.
The tournament is next Sunday.
It's the 1991 Royal Rumble all over again. This is the chance for 1992 for 30 men battle it out to become the champion.
And
wow.
Bad News Bears has a chance, or Bad News Brown has a chance to win the title. But
Bad News Brown and Bushwhacker Luke.
The KCC belt is vacant right now. We will have a new title holder next Monday here on D-Lo and KC.
Don't you dare miss it, folks. A new champion will be crowned. Shout out to good old JR. Bro, how did we get here? How did you strip the title off of Aaron Donald?
Well, I was listening to
The KCC is in shambles. Who runs this operation? Tony Khan? What is going on right now?
Big chaos too, because some random's gonna go off next week. Have a game of his life, and Casey's gonna have to give his belt to like I don't know, like Derek Carr or something.
Derek Carr is not a random. Like, come on, man.
That ain't happening. We ain't got to worry about that.
Leave Derek Carr alone. That wasn't necessary.
But yeah, I was just sitting here listening to Jesse. And Jesse's right. Jesse is right. The Aaron Donald, there's no need for him to have the belt right now. But I don't want to just run and give it to somebody after week 1. So I'm gonna let 2 weeks play out. It's vacant right now.
I'm crying.
2 weeks.
You couldn't keep the title on Aaron Donald one more week.
No. No, I could not. Strip them of the title. It is vacant, and it will be unveiled next week here on D-Roll KC next Monday.
Kenny Khan. Kenny Tunney. Jack Tunney Caraway here. Jeez. My goodness, man. The KCC is in shambles. Wow.
The KCC said we're not the governing KCC governing body said we're not having that. We're not just keeping it on Aaron Donald for no reason.
Aaron Donald lost the smile. Now a new champion will be crowned next week.
Just don't tell Aaron Donald I said this. Don't let this audio get back to him.
Well, let's post it on Twitter and tag him in the rocket, and it'll get out there. It'll get out there. We talked about the turn that we'll get to some overreactions in the Las Vegas Raiders loss to the Los Angeles Chargers coming up here.
We can talk Raiders right now. They always talk about they want to talk more Raiders. We talk for the next 3 hours.
About the Raiders?
Yeah, about them losing. 3 interceptions for Derek Carr. They always say they want more Raiders.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, they did fight back into the game.
My biggest concern,
like they had a chance.
My biggest concern with them is bared out yesterday. I don't know if the defense is strong enough.
Yeah, that defense. Well, so I'll give the defense credit. Like they gave up 24 points. Justin Herbert. I thought Justin Herbert was going to throw for like 1,000,000 yards in that game, but Derek Carr did not help. Like he put that deep. The fact that Derek Carr threw, the crazy thing is Derek Carr threw 3 interceptions and they only gave up 24 points. Like the defense, they weren't awful. Like all things considered, I don't think the defense was awful. They did a good enough job to allow the Raiders a chance to win that game late. Now, the cold piece is the Chargers, like every time Derek Carr threw an interception, the Chargers scored.
Yeah.
Like every time he made a mistake, they were able to capitalize off of that. But I have the same, John Gruden, I don't know if Josh McDaniels has the same hesitancy to Josh Jacobs as John Gruden did, but I thought Josh Jacobs played pretty well yesterday, and you went away from him. And that maybe, I don't know if that was because they were down. I feel like maybe if you have gone to him a couple of more times, maybe we wouldn't have been in those situations. And then there's, man, that Derek Carr, Devontae Adams pairing didn't disappoint. Just somebody let my man Derek Carr know, you've got other receivers. Some of them just got contract extensions. There was a point yesterday where I think it was 11. It might have been, maybe it might have been 10 targets, but it was 10 or 11 targets to Devontae Adams. No one else had more than 3. And I think it was Darren Waller that had 3.
Yeah. At
that time, Devontae Adams had 9 receptions. Nobody else had more than 1. I get it. You've got to work around the field a little bit.
I agree.
Like you've got to get these other guys involved. And I think especially you look back at that interception where Derek Carr went Like he was looking for Devontae in the end zone. He was trying to squeeze the ball between two defenders. That's that Matthew Stafford Megatron syndrome where you feel like you just put the ball in the general vicinity and he's going to get it because that's how good Devontae Adams is, just as that's how good Calvin Johnson was. But you can't live off that.
No.
You can die off it, as we saw yesterday, but you can't live off of it. And I feel like Derek Carr was feasting off that. He was getting fat and happy a little bit too much with Devontae Adams.
Yeah, man. I understand when you have a guy that gets open all the time, like why go away from him? I get that thought process. But and this is something where I'm not a coach. I've never called a NFL, high school, college game. So I don't know necessarily the intricacies of play calling and things of that nature. But it just seems like there's got to be 10 plays, for each of your playmakers. They say, all right, this is the number one option right here. We're looking to get him to rock. I talked about this the other day. Feed in basketball, it'd be like feed your big man. Let him eat a little bit. And with guys like Renfro, Waller, he got some looks too or whatever. But some of the other guys that you have on there, man, would it hurt to once every now and then call a play that's like, this is Hunter Renfro's play. We know we will get him open here. Find him, Derek. Get on the ball. We just got to have him eating a little bit. Saw the same thing with the 49ers. Brandon Ayuk with 2 targets. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be plays in the playbook where it's like, hey, man, Brandon hasn't touched the ball in a while. Let's run this, wide receiver screen or this quick slant that we know he's going to win this one-on-one battle with. And I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure why that doesn't happen more. I guess there's a reason, but you got to spread the ball around. You got to let these other guys eat a little bit.
And please let Josh Jacobs eat, for goodness sakes. The man's hungry. If he had been 10 carries for like 9 yards, I get it. I don't understand why they went away from him. They do this regularly to Josh Jacobs, and I don't quite understand why. I thought he was performing well enough. Again, in the flow of the game, you're down, and maybe you feel like you've got to make those points up as quick as possible. But I felt like that's what kept getting Derek Carr in more trouble. Is you were trying to make the points up too quick. You didn't stick. You didn't just play.
Mm-hmm.
You got antsy and you thought, this Carr Devontae thing is working. Derek and Devontae, this is working. Let's stick with it. Let's ride with it. And it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, some of that probably goes to the fact, and subconsciously or consciously, like this is the guy that you're paying money to. Well, that's what
you're paying Darren Waller too. His contract's fresher.
Yeah,
he can't even dry on that joint.
But Derek wasn't making $30-40 million a year or something like that. Derek
Carr?
Yeah,
I'm sure he's in the vicinity of 30.
So it's like, yeah, what are we gonna do? And we're not gonna do like Kyle Shanahan. We ain't gonna run the ball 35 times. We're paying this guy $40 million a year. He better find a way to lead us to victory.
If Josh Jacobs can help you win, man, give him the ball.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just talking about why they don't sometimes.
This team has concerns as well. The Raiders have concerns as well. The offensive line is concerning. Derek Carr certainly needs to settle down a little bit. But they lost to a really good Chargers team. Mm-hmm. Like every team in that AFC West division is good, and that was a reminder of how good the Chargers can be. I think the Chargers left a lot on the table too. I don't think the Chargers are going into film today feeling particularly good about how that game went. I think they know they took advantage of Derek Carr's biggest mistakes. They took advantage of the Raiders' biggest mistakes, and that's ultimately why they won the game. But I don't think they're walking in going, all right, fellas, AFC Championship. They know they got a lot of work ahead of them because Kansas City's going to be tough. Denver's going to be tough. They got to play the Raiders again. That type of performance. I think you look, Justin Herbert, I feel like had 202, 204 at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
And he finished with 279.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're going to look around a little bit.
This is the difference between the two teams and the losses, in my opinion. And I people get in their feelings when they hear this. They talk about Homer, Caraway, and all this other. No, I'm using logic. The Raiders' loss was a little tougher because they're more of a college football situation where damn near every game matters. Like you can't afford to start off 1-2 because the AFC is so strong. The 49ers, you look around at what's going on the NFC, the best teams have question marks, let alone the teams that would quote unquote keep you out of the playoffs. Like the NFC is just really, really weak this year. And there's more time for you to make up for a bad loss or, for any loss at all. There's more time. You don't ever want to lose to a team that you feel like you're better than, like the Chicago Bears, who will probably have 4 or 5 wins this year. You don't want to lose that game, but there's time to make up for that. If we're just being honest, the Raiders, they lose that game. Every game matters in the AFC. The AFC is so tough this year. And the loss against the Chargers, a division loss, starting 0-1, that hits a little harder, in my opinion, and especially when you look at the situation where it looks like, I'm assuming anything could happen, but all 3 of your division rivals are going 1-0 and you're 0-1. That's, you don't want to start out that way. You just don't.
Yeah. That offensive line marched out 3 different combos yesterday, and I think that's part of the. Derek Carr was under a lot of pressure. I'm not going to make excuses for some of the passes that he threw because, again, I think he was getting fat and happy, particularly on that deep one to Devontae Adams in the end zone. But that offensive line didn't hold up well. We'll see how it shakes out for them. Again, it's a brutal division. You're gonna, you've got to make this one up. Like, you've got to be able to, like you just said this perfectly. You don't want to fall behind in the AFC West. If it's even a fraction of how good we think it is, you can't fall behind in it.
No, and Jesse asked a good question during the break about Derek Carr, and he said, is Derek Carr a franchise quarterback? I think he is. Like, I like Derek Carr. I've always liked him a little bit more than other people. I think he's super talented, super skilled. But he's got to start winning, man. And I know he made the playoffs last year. He gets credit for that. He had the 1 year before when he had gotten hurt where he had them with one of the best records in the league. But I don't know. If they don't make the playoffs this year, I'd still keep Derek Carr around, but there would be an argument to say that he shouldn't be around. It's tough. Like, to answer the question, me personally, yeah, I think he's a franchise quarterback. I think if I was the Raiders, I would ride with Derek Carr for at least a couple more years, but there's going to be question marks if he don't get it done this year.
And then you mentioned about like the Raiders riding and stuff. They have options in his deal where they can cut him like in the next couple of years, and they won't lose any really money over it. They lose like $3 million over it. So they have options for that.
They've always had safety nets in Derek Carr's deal. That's why you talk about, like, do you view Derek Carr as a franchise quarterback? I don't think the Raiders view Derek Carr as a franchise quarterback. I had put that on the shoulders of John Gruden. I didn't think John Gruden really liked Derek Carr, but this last contract, was this signed after Gruden was gone?
I think it was. It was signed this summer, I believe.
I feel like they've kind of did
contract extension or something like that.
I feel like they like him. They don't love him. You probably want to love your franchise quarterback. You just don't like him.
Do you think that's fair right now? Like, to say that about Derek, because as much as I think me and you feel the same way, we like Derek Carr. We think he's good. I mean, they haven't gotten it done. That, like, the best you've ever done is a wild card appearance where you had to get in on the last game of the season. And how long has Derek been there now? Like 7 years?
Longer than that. 3-13, 7-9, 12-3, 6-9, 4-12, 7-9, 8-8, 10-7. Those are his an overall record of 57-71. That is, win-loss records aren't quarterback stats, but some of these Raider teams haven't been awful. Some of these Raider teams have been really good.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about John Gruden. I don't need to go over those years again. 4-12, 7-9, 8-8. I mean, those are tough.
If he don't make the playoffs this year, how is it time
it's
to
tough.
Get off the ride?
That's tough. So I'll ask you this then: who replaces him?
So here's what I would do if they decide to do that. I'd draft a quarterback, and I'd have Derek around, and I'd be grooming that quarterback.
You're potentially preparing for some lean years. Oh, you would keep Derek Carr and draft a quarterback. Okay,
yeah, absolutely. And because that's one thing they haven't really done. Maybe they did it a little bit with Mariota, but it felt like Mariota was done. But they haven't put him in that situation where they've drafted a guy in the 3rd round or something like that, or 2nd round, and be like, look, if Derek doesn't handle business, we got this young guy ready to come up. They haven't done that. So I think maybe now would be the time for that if they didn't make the playoffs this year.
At what point? I mean, 4,800 yards. They're 10-7. They're 8-8. He throws for 4,100 yards. That's a 27 touchdown, 9 interception year. 21 touchdown, 8 interception year. Is there a point where maybe this isn't on Derek Carr?
I think a lot of the time it wasn't on Derek Carr, to be honest with you. But it is what it is, though. It is what it is. He hasn't been able. I think Warren. But 2 playoff appearances in 9 years. There's been times when they've been a terrible team.
That might be miraculous.
Well, there's been times when they've had a good team. They've had good pieces around them.
I mean, we're gonna pretend like John Gruden didn't unload Khalil Mack, who came back last night and ended the game for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you 4-12, 7-9, 8-8, some of the worst years were with John Gruden here. I don't know that I can put that on Derek Carr, man.
I'm not putting it on him, but if he doesn't get to the playoffs this year, now we're talking going into next year, it'll be this year, I think it'll be 2 times in 9 years or 10 years.
If they're 8-9 in this division and miss the playoffs, you feel the same way?
I think I would.
We just talked about the offensive line, and we just talked about the defense.
I think I would execute my plan. I'm not cutting him, but it's time to start having different options available. That Belo and JC in Las Vegas will need to be getting their college quarterback rankings in order. Hell, they probably should be doing it right now.
Adam Schefter just reported Elijah Mitchell, 49ers running back Elijah Mitchell, is expected to be sidelined about 2 months with a sprained MCL that he suffered on Sunday at Chicago.
Wow.
All right. RB1 down. That sounds familiar if you're a 49ers fan. We'll talk more about that and some other week 1 news. We'll dive back into the 49ers. The phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. It is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Terrence and Ice always with bad takes, but Terrence and Ice, overreaction Monday. That's what this is. But once again, you guys aren't really listening. We are laying out a scenario that if Derek Carr doesn't make the playoffs this year, this is what you should be looking for. We could have laid out this scenario today. We could have laid out this scenario 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago. We're talking about if he doesn't make the playoffs, this is what you do. If they go 13 and whatever that would be in 17 weeks and they make the playoffs, no, everything's fine. Derek Carr is good. We're not. Overreaction Monday would be losing the game yesterday and then saying, you know what, I think come hell or high water, the Raiders need to look to move on for Derek Carr. That's overreaction Monday. Off of one game. We're not saying that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This conversation with Carr has been going on for a while.
For a long time.
I agree with Terrence. But the cold piece is with Derek Carr is, you could say he lost them that game yesterday if you want to. He also almost won it for them. Like, so he's the I'll take you out, but I'll get you back in. For better or worse. Like, I mean, and you hope those. I mean, Derek Carr isn't he's not a wild quarterback. He's not an he had a great season last year. 14 interceptions. That was it was a career high. Single digits the year before. Yeah,
almost a little bit more than you would want your quarterback to.
Man, he's been sacked a lot in his career too. 40 times last year. 51 when the TV doofus took over. He got sacked 51. I think John Gruden might have been trying to kill him. Good Lord, 51 times. My goodness. Oh, he absolutely did. He is. Hope I get another shot. No, you suck. That's why you don't get another shot. The hell with you being an asshole. You suck. You're the most overhyped coach in recent NFL memory. Maybe in NFL history. Yeah, that's funny. His internal clock is hella long. He just be sitting back there.
That's what I was thinking too. Is like the offensive line, I'm sure hasn't been great the entire time, but some of that is you got to get the ball out too.
Yeah.
Like I said, I like Derek Carr, man. I think he's I'm not like super locked into the intricacies of the Raiders, but from the outside looking in, I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's a good quarterback. That's fair. It's 100% correct. Mm-hmm.
I thought Kansas City was super impressive despite all their losses.
Put on the show.
Okay. Yeah.
Would you take Carr over Jimmy G, Lance not included? For like on the Niners? I don't know. I feel like Carr is a little more talented. I think he's more talented than Jimmy G, but
(916-909-1320). If you want to get in on the phone lines, James Ham going to join us 2 hours from now. He'll join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. DJ Stewart, cut by the Sacramento Kings. Today, Media Day, just 2 weeks away, start of training camp. Of course, right after that. So we're excited as as we are for our overreaction Monday and week 1 reactions to the NFL. Even more excited for Kings season 2 finally be here. Just as we were headed to break there a moment ago, Adam Schefter tweeted that Elijah Mitchell will be out the next 2 months with a sprained MCL that he suffered at Soldier Field yesterday in Chicago. It felt like the running game, which had been mostly effective, died when Elijah Mitchell. I did wonder if they were just going to put Debo in the backfield. Like straight up put Debo in the backfield. Not cute, not do that. Like, okay, hey, Debo, you're probably the running back the rest of the game. I did wonder if they were going to do that because we saw a little bit of Jeff Wilson, which was mostly ineffective. We saw Brandon Ayuk touch the ball, I think, on the very first offensive possession of the game. The guy they spent a 3rd-round pick on wasn't active again for the 2nd straight year. The 3rd-round pick not being active in week 1. Jordan Mason, we spent time talking about during training camp, not active. And now you're this is a familiar situation that we're all in here. That RB1 position for the San Francisco 49ers is open.
Yep. Absolutely. And
it's not Deebo Samuel. So is it Jeff Wilson?
It's Jeff Wilson, and they're gonna have Davis Price and Matthew Mason, excuse me.
You really want it to be Jordan Matthews. I know. You've done that a couple times.
Jordan Matthews, man, you're well stupid, dog. But they may even have to look to like the free agent wire. I think JaMychal Hasty's cleared waivers, so I think he's still on the practice squad. So I don't know how that works out. He may get activated in some.
Oh yeah, 2 guys who weren't even eligible to play yesterday. Put them on.
Yeah. Yes. Mason and Davis Price should be on, but they've got to figure that out, man, because that's not good enough. Like that can't continue to happen. That can't be the case where you draft these guys high in the draft and they're inactive, healthy scratches.
Yeah, I don't get it.
And like I said, it's either if they're not good enough, then Kyle Shanahan doesn't need to be part of the drafting process any longer in that respect. Or he needs to stop looking for I don't think they're just perfectly right. Like put them out there and at least have one of them active. Like they can't be inactive. That's just bad. It's a bad look. And the other thing, you mentioned Deebo being in the backfield and thought he might be RB1. That was another problem that I have with the play calling. And I thought would change, and it still might. It's only the first game. It was bad conditions, all this other stuff. I would like to see them get more creative with Deebo in the backfield, play actions, have him in the backfield, come out of the backfield as a receiver in certain situations. But it's so predictable right now. When you see Deebo in the backfield, it's a run to Deebo.
Mm-hmm.
Like we all know what it is. If I was the defense until I got burnt on that, all 11 guys, they don't really hand off on the same side. They give them some type of sweep or something or a counter. Line up to the side that Deebo's not on. That's where they're running the ball. And I'm sure they did that. Other teams had that thought process a little bit last year, and the Niners were able to work past that and be effective. But I'd like to see them get more creative with Deebo Samuel in the backfield. Right now, it's just always a run to Deebo, some type of sweep to Deebo every time.
8 carries, 52 yards, 1 touchdown for Deebo, 1 turnover as well. 13 carries, 54 yards for the leading running back on the San Francisco 49ers, one Trey Lance. Of course, Trey's official numbers as quarterback, 13 of 28, 164, 0 touchdowns, and 1 interception.
Elijah Mitchell, before he was going out, he was close to 7 yards a carry. Yeah. He was running the ball effectively. He was doing a really good job. He's a good running back, but his health and being able to stay healthy, that's something. And this was, somebody on the tackle. They ran into his knee and his knee bucked. Like, it's not like he's trying to get hurt or he's reckless or anything like that. Just unfortunately, he can't stay healthy. And I always thought, and this is why I didn't have a problem with them drafting Davis Price, is somebody that was as hurt as Elijah Mitchell was last year. He can't be your number 1 running back. He doesn't stay healthy. You almost got to treat him like Raheem Mostert, where I always talk about Raheem Mostert. You run him 15 times a game, and you let somebody else run in between the tackles more times than not. Like, that's feels like how it's got to be with Elijah Mitchell moving forward.
I mean, do they have a between the tackles guy?
Oh, that's why I kept saying go get one. I mean,
I think Jordan Mason's that. Is he that?
Yeah, a little bit. Davis Price. Like, the thing about it is we haven't seen enough of these guys on the NFL level to figure out who they are. But Mason did a little bit of that in the preseason. But no, they don't have a guy that, we're running between the tackles. We're we're trying to get, maybe you get Jeff Wilson in there, but Jeff Wilson, I don't know. He hasn't run the same since his injuries the last couple of years, in my opinion.
916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Daniel here. Daniel, appreciate the call, man. What's on your mind?
How's it going, fellas?
What's up, Daniel?
Hey, Dan, at the way Shanahan was using Trey, I thought it was the Arizona game all over again, especially after after the injury at running back. If that's the way he's going to continue to use him, I'm glad that we kept Jimmy, because Jimmy will be playing by game 6 of this season. There's no doubt in my mind.
Because you think because
beaten out there.
Yeah. Okay.
I saw a lot of people talking about that. And like I said, I want to review the film a little bit more. But I didn't think it was that like egregious, and that I didn't think it was the Arizona game. I'll just say that. I think a lot of times Trey stepped up on his own to run.
How many were scripted plays and how many were improvised?
Right.
Of the 13 that we're talking about.
I didn't feel like, I feel like off the top of my head, and like I said, I'll look into it a little bit more, but it feels like there is no half of 13, but like half of those, like 6 of them were design runs or something like that. Mm-hmm. 7 might have been scrambles or Trey reading something and taking off. But I didn't think it was as egregious as the Arizona game.
Can I tell you one thing that I really, really liked? It was after the game. It was Trey at the podium, and he takes responsibility. He takes the blame for the loss. Like, that's all fine. Like that. Okay, stepping up, being the quarterback. That's good stuff. You look polished in front of the media. But one thing that I really liked that he did, this is immediately after the game. This isn't after a film session. This isn't after 2 hours with the coaches. This isn't after, an endless night of SportsCenter and NFL Live and your film and talking to your friends and all of that. In the immediate aftermath of the game, he starts listing with great specific detail the things that he did wrong. And he starts pointing. Remember how the NBA media was just enamored when LeBron James went through a play sequence and they'd show a split screen and it played out exactly the way like LeBron said after the game? That is basically what Trey Lance did yesterday.
Yeah.
Not only did he, pinpoint his mistakes, there was obviously it must have been a tight end, like when the tight end hits the line and then like drifts off. I don't know if they call it a tight end leak or what they call it, but we've seen George Kittle do it a couple of times. Saw Croft do it yesterday. He missed him on that play. Mm-hmm. He points out he misses him. He says exactly why he misses him. He said what was going on the offensive line, where he put the ball and where he needs to put the ball. And he did that for like 4 other plays. And I was like, all right, this young man is aware. Mm-hmm. Like he's aware of the game. He's aware of what's happening around him, and he sees it really quickly. We always talk about the pace of games, regardless of whether we're talking about basketball or we're talking about football. With normally rookie players, this year certainly a player becoming a full-time starter for the first time, we talk about the speed of the game. The game seemed to move at a speed in which he could still fully digest everything that happens. Mm-hmm. That, more than anything else I saw yesterday, leads me to believe, he'll be able to correct these mistakes. He made mistakes along the way. None of them were like, there were some timing issues. We were talking about internal clocks during the commercial. I think it was during the commercial break when we were talking about Derek Carr. And sometimes Derek Carr he'll just kick it in the pocket, like full escape style. And I don't think Trey has that internal clock yet. No. Like because with Derek Carr, Raider fans, with Derek Carr, you'll know he'll hang out in the pocket. Like he does the Tony Romo gimmick. Well, he will stay there until the last possible second. You go back and you watch Trey's dropbacks yesterday. There's no rhythm to it. Like some of them are bum, 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 go. Some of them are bum, 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 go. So like they're all different. That could be from the offensive line, which I thought the offensive line held up pretty nicely for like 5.5 minutes. It got a little, a little sketchy from there.
Even no, I'll say this. I didn't think the offensive. I know there's stats that say differently. I didn't think they were that bad.
They weren't. They were that bad in the fourth.
Yeah,
in my opinion. But I don't think they were that bad overall.
I think. Well, it's the story of the game, really, and this is what I feel. It was like about a 7-minute window where the Niners fell apart, and it cost them the game. And I say 7-minute because the 2.5 quarters up until that Justin Fields play, Niners they left points on the table. They didn't knock them out the way they should have, but I mean, they were playing all right. The defense was playing phenomenal. And then you had the Fields play up until I'd say maybe the Trey interception, or you could even say like them running in the touchdown or whatever to make it a 9-point game. After that, the game was over because, like I mentioned before, nothing was going to happen from any team once that rain started coming down the way it did in the fourth quarter. So if they essentially, the Niners would have been able to hold on for about 5 or 6 more minutes game time, they probably would have got out of there with the win, and they weren't able to do it. The defense, which I think is a top whatever defense in the league, top 5 defense, top 3, maybe number 1, they kind of let them down yesterday in that second half. And I say that with love for the defense, and there was a lot of blame to go around, but kind of let them down. I thought they had some miscues that kind of cost them the game on the defensive end, and that was disappointing to see.
916-909-1320. Let's get to our man Damien. All Damians are dope.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
okay.
What's good, baby?
So I'm just calling in for the Niner game. I was talking to my stepdad. The only way we can really lose that game was to create the penalties that we did. And I also wanted to bring up Trey Lance. I saw some very promising things about him. I also saw some things that you got to work on, and that's what happens when you bring in a rookie that that hasn't had that game time. And hopefully, and what I see in the future, if he just keeps on getting that game time, those reps, I think he's going to be coming out as a really good project for the Niners, and I see great things coming in the future.
Right
on, D. Appreciate you. I don't disagree with him. I don't know that I saw great things from Trey Lance yesterday, but I think I saw some really good things that I liked. And I think that's a perfectly fair way to evaluate a singular game. Like, yeah, no, he had some good, he had some bad. You hope next week that there's more good than bad. You don't want to go into that. You don't want to go into that stretch where the games get tougher. 0-2. You don't want to go into that stretch where you have that very familiar foe in Russell Wilson waiting for you with the Denver Broncos, and then you've got your first game against the Los Angeles Rams on a Monday night. Like you don't have and that's kind of the difficulty with. I was thinking about this yesterday. We're not talking about Trevor Lawrence. Like, Trevor Lawrence was the chosen one for like 5 years, but no one talks about him. He threw the ball like 1 million times yesterday. Now, the things that are going on with Trevor Lawrence there's a lot of Jacksonville issues mixed in there with potential Trevor Lawrence issues, but no one's willing to stand up and go, might have got this one wrong. We're going to blame it on Jacksonville. We're going to blame it on 1 million other things before we stand up and go, hey, I might have been wrong when I was telling you Trevor Lawrence was the chosen one for all of these years. I kept thinking, why is everyone's? I saw Jason Lockenfora do it yesterday. Right, 49 can't do this. Gonna have. He's got one more game. You're gonna have to give him the hook and put in Jimmy Garoppolo, because all of a sudden Jimmy Garoppolo is Tom Brady. You got to put him out there. And it's like, why? I tweeted something about people being lazy with their takes on Trey Lance yesterday, because of, like, I was asking myself that question. And I really think the answer I came to was no one wants to admit they were wrong about Trevor Lawrence, so they've got to have this take on Trey Lance. It was like, why does no one care that Trevor Lawrence seems to stink? And it's because he's in Jacksonville. He's in Jacksonville, and no one cares. No one expects Jacksonville to play well. No one cares whether Jacksonville plays well or not. But you expect Kyle Shanahan, your beloved Kyle Shanahan, son of the great Mike Shanahan, and this coveted San Francisco 49ers franchise and this really, really good San Francisco 49ers roster. So you have to talk about them. And if something's wrong, well, it can't be Kyle, because we love Kyle. It can't be that roster, because we love George Kittle, we love Debo, we love Fred Warner, we love Nick Bosa, we love all those guys. It's gotta be this kid. It's gotta be Trey Lance. It's got that's where our focus is going to be. So we're going to set our singular focus on Trey Lance, and that's amazing to me.
Well, I mean, it's like you said, it's a lot of trash takes. I mean, and it's a lot of people making overwhelming assumptions. I don't even think the kid's played. He just played 10 quarters of football. Just 10 quarters of football. And like, no, he just doesn't have it. He's like 1 and 2 as a starter right now. So we talked about this on Friday. Whether you think he's good or not, there's not enough to show what he is. Like if we're just talking about the games, you probably should say he's good, because in the games he's looked fine. If you don't think he has what it takes or whatever the case may be, just say, I'm assuming. I'm not making any type of educated guess or anything like that. I'm literally assuming that he's not going to work for no real apparent reason, because that's what you're doing. At least right now, we get 5-6 weeks into the season and he's not looking good. Now you have a little bit more of a sample size where you can make a better educated guess or prediction on it. But you can't do that right now. You can't do that. Like, I don't think this is the case, but are we saying that about Justin Fields? Are people saying that about Justin Fields? He's particularly good in his 8 starts.
Well, yeah, I believe that they are, but I think again, I think this is where you look at the scenarios. Trey is surrounded by a team that can help him be successful. Justin Fields is not. And that might not be by accident, because Kyle, that's why the Jimmy thing is so fascinating to me. And it's not like, everybody can have their take, if you will. But when you've got guys like Jason Lockenfora who get paid to cover this sport, or Mike Florio, that's where it really gets wild to me, because what you're saying by he didn't want Kyle didn't want Trey Lance to be a captain. Jason Lockenfora saying, "Oh, they started the wrong quarterback. You've got to go to Jimmy G before it's too late." Why don't you point it? What's the underlying story on all of this? Kyle screwed up, because if that's what you're calling for, if you're calling for Jimmy Garoppolo, and if you're one of these NFL guys that just love the Shanahans, call it what it is. Kyle screwed up. He traded 3 picks overall, 2 number 1s and a 3rd. Maybe there's some more I forgot about, and went up and drafted a quarterback he doesn't even want to play. That's your story. That's your story right there. But you're staying away from it because you like Kyle Shanahan and you love his dad. So you're going to blame Trey Lance rather than blame the guy. How much, I'm sorry, did Trey's college sample size change? No, it was exactly the same. It's been one game. Trey's college experience is an Instagram reel. Capped out at 90 seconds. We knew that all along, but we don't want to talk about it was Kyle Shanahan that moved up to draft him. We don't want to talk about that. Maybe it was Kyle that was wrong. We're going to put all of the blame on Trey Lance, who ain't done nothing but play his 3rd NFL game, and we're not going to put any of it on the guy who traded up to draft him. If you're going, if you're calling for Jimmy, like Kenny said, keep the same energy.
And
keep the same energy across the board and call a spade a spade.
Well, the thing I'll say about that is I think they have. I mean, it is perfectly.
They have what?
They've called. We've all known what it was with Kyle Shanahan, media, fans included. Here's the thing, and this is, but it's also why it's so stupid. Like it's stupid to think this, because basically Kyle Shanahan is going to light his own career on fire. That's what you're saying. When you say he's going to go back to Jimmy, but maybe by week 3. Kyle Shanahan, we said this when it happened last year when he drafted him. Trey Lance is going to define what happens with Kyle Shanahan's coaching career. If he doesn't work, he'll probably get fired. So Kyle Shanahan is going to say, yeah, after 3 weeks, let me just fire myself essentially.
But who's going to fire him? Jed York?
Yeah. The person that when all these things were said was going to fire him to begin with. Ain't nothing changed in that respect. If you thought this whole thing, this whole Trey Lance thing was going to define Kyle Shanahan as a coach, and if it didn't work, he was going to get fired, who was going to fire him then? Jed York. So he'll fire him now. So the whole takes about, he's going to be starting by week 4. It's not bright. It's not bright. Because essentially what you're saying, and you're saying the same thing about these media guys, is Kyle Shanahan is going to take a blowtorch to his own coaching career by saying, 3 weeks in, I was wrong about Trey Lance. I don't ever need to evaluate another draft pick again. And I'm going to start Jimmy Garoppolo, who, for all the people who are like, Jimmy would have won that game last year. Like I said, we saw me in the Colts game. He was horrific. That was the game where who I like Jimmy Garoppolo, started saying, what are we doing? It might be time to move him out of here if that's the performance we're going to get. So, no, Jimmy Garoppolo really had no bearing on whether or not the 49ers would have won that game yesterday. Y'all just be saying whatever. I guess that's the thing that bothers me.
Jimmy Garoppolo had a near identical stat line to Trey Lance yesterday last year. Was Jimmy Garoppolo's first year? No, this is the Seahawks game. This is just a regular old game. He had a damn near identical stat line. Seahawks, yes. I'm looking at it right now. I promise I'm not making this up. He was 14 of 23.
He played half a game. If you're talking about the early season one, he played half the game. That's where Trey came in and threw the touchdown to Debo and all that other stuff. Jimmy got knocked out at halftime.
Cool. Played a full game here where he threw 16 to 22, 176 yards. I mean, this is just last year. I can go back to his rookie year. We can go back and evaluate all of these. We can go back and look at every quarterback and look at their first game as an NFL. I read you 7 games from Josh Allen. What if Buffalo said, F this? Let's go get Jimmy Garoppolo to be our quarterback.
Well, like I said, think about the Titan games last year. The game was in hand. Niners had that game won. Jimmy Garoppolo tricked that game off by himself. 2 picks, 1 in the end zone, overthrew a wide open touchdown to Juszczyk. Come on, man. Like I said, I like Jimmy. Jimmy's cool with me, but like, let's not act like going to Jimmy is the answer. It's not.
Just acknowledge, hey, if y'all want to go to Jimmy, if them NFL dudes want to go to Jimmy, I'm with it. Just acknowledge your boy screwed up. Just acknowledge your beloved Shanahan messed up. And you were wrong about Kyle Shanahan. You can say whatever you want to about Trey Lance as long as you acknowledge I was wrong about Kyle Shanahan. He has screwed a very good roster up by messing up the quarterback position. Keep the same energy. We'll
talk about it a little bit more too, because I once again I'll be the voice of reason again.
Sacramento sports leaders, D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Gwitty Cube having a good old time today because them Bucks are 1-0. Bucks look good.
Oh no, did they? I don't know. I won't speak on it. That was tough to watch. I was bored to
I
death.
thought the Bucks defense looked good.
I was bored to death.
I thought they moved the ball well till they got into the red zone. I thought they looked good. But go to Q. Let's make no bones about it.
Shout out to NBC for breaking out Michael Jordan.
I know. Big ups to them.
Like,
let's make no bones about it, Goody Cube. The Bucks were sorry before Tom Brady. They're gonna be sorry after him. let's make no bones about it. Y'all gonna stink once Tom is gone. You probably aren't winning the Super Bowl this year, and you guys are gonna be sorry long after him. It just is what it is. That's just the bottom line of it. You got your one Super Bowl with him. All right. Dallas Mavericks got a Super Bowl or NBA championship too. Seahawks got an NBA champion Super Bowl as well. It happens. What they say? Sun shines on a dog's ass every once in a while.
I can't imagine what it'd be like to be Brad and just everything I say be like wrong. Wild.
That's what I be saying. That's what I be saying, man. I was there when y'all was talking about Jimmy. Crazy, man. I was there. And Jimmy's a good quarterback. If you didn't have a quarterback like, Trey Lance, like a project or a prospect like him or whatever, if you didn't have that, you keep riding with Jimmy. You know what I mean? But you do, so you take your chance with the prospect. Yeah.
Hell, if Jimmy was better, he'd be starting or he'd be starting somewhere.
Yeah.
If Josh Allen broke both his legs right now on the last year of his deal, every team would try to sign him to a contract. Oh, you ain't going to be ready next year? He beat KD. Oh, you ain't going to be ready next year? It's all good. It's all good. Come here. Rest. We'll get you ready for the next year.
And I do think Jimmy will start somewhere next year.
I think so too. Well, I thought so until I looked at how many quarterbacks are going to probably be taken in the first round next year. But
the combination
still think he will.
He'll start.
I still think he will.
He even if it's like somebody in the second or third round gets taken.
No, we did the math. Like, I mean, there was a legit scenario. Damn near half the league is going to be looking for a quarterback. Chris Haynes is on every day. Every day. He just can't wait to see him at a game and him tell us he'll come on the show and then never respond to us.
BTI. Who said this?
What?
BTI.
What's the context to that?
I guess he was getting upset because I talked about Gwitty, and I was like, you guys got your Super Bowl. That's what's up.
Oh.
And BTI took that as somebody saying championships don't matter.
BTI, that's funny.
Hey, Ice really does. It's a competition between Ice and Brad for the worst takes ever.
Ice and who?
Ice and Brad.
Oh yeah, they
consistently have the worst sports takes I've ever heard in my life.
You can come roast Ice and Brad here in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320.
I think Ice is more for basketball and Brad is just more for everything.
Life. Brad has bad takes just on life. It's so rough. But
every time I think about bad takes and just saying anything, I be thinking about Pops, and these two be like, Michael Jackson was Puerto Rican. Just saying anything.
oh man, y'all are fantastic. Still,
either way, we love hearing from them.
Hey, they part of the family.
They all love, man.
They all part of the family.
I sincerely mean that. Like, I disagree with almost everything they ever say, but it's all good having them in here every day.
Shout out, this is a solid reference from Sackdown Tony. I'm not going to say his name, but his initials are ICE.
Speaking of, I think I don't know.
I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
Thank you.
Speaking of, I'm going to retweet this tweet from my man Mitch, who has been asking for like the last 2 weeks about saying that we're blocking his calls and what's the number.
Oh no,
we're changing the number. He even went as far as to unfollow me on Twitter and then follow me to get my attention. I told him the number is changed. I told him what the number is. So I retweeted it on Twitter. What he said to me, you guys can respond to him with the number so he has it in
Mitchell.
Time. Mitch, why would we block Mitch? Why will we not let Mitch call? Come on, man.
How come my calls aren't taken anymore? What's the call-in number? Maybe he doesn't know how to. Oh, Mitch. Oh, buddy. Somebody help Mitch out. Oh man, it's a cold world. It's a cold world when the number changes. For those who want the number, by the way, it is 916-909-1320. Again, 916-909-1320. If someone tell Big Al that the
Big Al. I think that's what's happening to Mitch.
To the old number, the 916. I don't even remember what the number was. Was it really 916? That was the number? Jeez, we really ride those.
349.
I think. Yeah. Thank you for tuning in. Would you like to share your phone number?
Which phone number?
Such a horrible song, dude.
I love that
terrible song.
I promise you this. I don't skip it. I know that much.
That song is terrible. I don't even listen to that album that much, man.
Don't say that.
I know. I know. I'll keep it moving.
This happens often. I mean, has he ever said a nice thing about Tupac?
I'm gonna keep it real. He hasn't said one nice thing about him. Say 5 things, and you know what? Say 5 nice things about Tupac before the show ends today. Kenny's got to do it about LA. You got to do it about Pac.
Nah, Tupac had some hot records. I don't know.
Some hot records, like he's a legend. You don't talk about him like he's a legend.
You say it like he's next, the R&B group. Oh, they had some hot records.
Yeah, Tupac was okay. He was okay.
Nah, I love Pac. I like Pac. I love Pac. I do love Pac.
You're just digging even more, man.
I just don't love him the way some of you do. I think that's all it is. Like, I think we jump off the deep end with Pac. Like Brenda's Got a Baby it's a phenomenal record, right? Mm-hmm. Like, it's different. Tupacalypse Now, it's not Reasonable Doubt or Illmatic. You know what I mean? Like,
no.
I don't know. I love Me Against the World.
All Eyes on Me is amazing, though. That is a great album, especially when you consider it's a double disc.
I think if we just did this, and I genuinely believe this is part of the problem with me. If we just did Tupacalypse Now, Strictly For My, which is, the records on the hits, the songs that people know are massive on that album. Me Against the World, All Eyes on Me, and Machiavelli. And you end it, great. Okay, let's run with that catalog. But
that's what we're doing. We're not counting that stuff afterwards. We're not counting that. Nobody in their right mind is counting that stuff. It ends with Machiavelli.
You know what I stumbled across, and I don't want to veer too far away because it's not August anymore.
That's right.
And this will be for Corners of the Culture at some point.
Maybe Tuesday.
Have you ever heard? It ain't gonna be Tuesday. Have you ever heard about? Have you ever heard the Big Mama thing original, the demo from Kim, where she went at Faith and Pac?
No.
It was the original version. Oh, if you've heard it, you know it. She went at Faith. Like no one, it's like you hear it and you go, no wonder they didn't put it out. Like she went at Faith, and in the last verse she went at Pac. It was like, whoo! I'd never heard it before. I was. No, it's on YouTube.
Okay, I'm about to go.
Big Mama thing demo. Whoo! Lord, it's tough. I was listening to that like, oh my God. Yeah, it's tough. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2, the real 98 Rock Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Week 1 of the NFL season is in the books. James Ham's going to join us an hour from now. We'll talk a little football with James Ham before getting into some news on the Sacramento Kings. DJ Stewart was waived. As John Bull said earlier today, Kings legend DJ Stewart, September 22 to September of 2022. Hashtag end of an era.
Damn. Much love.
Those practices were legendary for DJ. But we'll talk to James. I think James did follow that up with they hope he's a part of the Stockton program, but we'll get all of that news from James when he joins us. We got some overreactions coming the way. Some news, Elijah Mitchell, Adam Schefter reported Elijah Mitchell is out for the next 2 months. And now, obviously, the 49ers are sitting at 0-1 heading into a game against Seattle. Next week, of course, we'll see Denver and Seattle tonight. Russell Wilson headed back to Seattle. Trent Williams, I thought, I praised Trey Lance for some of the things he said at the podium yesterday. I think Trent Williams said it best, though.
Yeah, I think you said it. It's hard enough to play against the opposing team, and it's even harder when you play against yourself. So, I've been playing football a long time. Any game that I can remember where we had close to 100 yards of penalties, and we had, 2 turnovers, especially one in scoring range in the red zone. It generally never turns out that well.
It's tough to beat the opponent, and it's really tough when you can't get out of your own way.
Yeah, I mean, the 49ers didn't handle business yesterday, and that's a large reason why they lost yesterday. And congrats to the Bears, and they deserve credit for taking advantage of all those opportunities. But, yeah, the Niners didn't take care of business yesterday. There was a lot of self-inflicted wounds that caused them to lose that game. One of the biggest things was just keeping the Bears around, giving them hope, letting them feel like they were right there with an opportunity to win. In the first quarter, the first drive of the game, Debo fumbles at around the 10-yard line. That should have been at least 3. You got to take care of the football. You got to secure the football, and you got to come away with that with 3 points. Another play, I think it was the second drive, maybe the third drive. Trey Lance, they're in field goal position. He takes a sack that knocks them out of field goal position. That's got to be at least 3. You would hope that they were able to score a touchdown on the first drive of the third quarter. They end up scoring 3. So, and that's just on the offensive end. I'm talking about 3 instances where you're looking at anywhere between, 10 extra points. That's before the Bears even score. So if they have that play with Dante Pettis and he does that and the score is 20-0 and it goes to 20-7, that's a lot different than it being 10-7 and now we're 1 score away from being able to either tie or take the lead. And it was self-inflicted, man. I talked about it earlier, but you go back to that play specifically. in that particular drive. The Niners had gotten the third down stop. We're off the field. We're about to get the ball back after scoring the field goal to start the second half. They're about to get a 3-and-out. I think it was a 3-and-out. I don't know if I think the Bears had gotten a first down. So it was a poor man's 3-and-out at that point, where they let them get one first down. They're about to get off on third down. And you can go both ways. It was unnecessary for Dre Greenlaw to do that. But it was also unnecessary to be called, in my opinion. But a face mask on third down when the play had been stopped extended the drive for the Bears and allowed them to have that miracle play that kind of changed the whole momentum of the game. When that play happened, I said it was only 10-7, but it was like, you let them off the hook. It's not looking good right now. Like, I need them to snatch that momentum right back. They weren't able to do it, and that was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, Trent Williams talks about those self-inflicted wounds, and that's where I just go back to my frustration of why does this 49ers team seem to put themselves in this position so often, particularly early in the season. And you were 100% right. We saw this last year. We saw this through the first 8 weeks of last season, and they were able to correct it when they got into essentially win or go home games. And they can't wait 8 weeks, especially with a first-year starter back there or a first-time starter back there. You've got to correct. I think it really is as simple as they correct those mistakes. They correct the penalties. They're in a 10 times better position against Seattle than they were yesterday. But as awful as that game was, there's just not enough for me to hit the panic button with the San Francisco 49ers. I could hit the annoyed button. I don't know if there's an annoyed button or a frustrated button or like, why are you doing this again button? But I'll hit all of those, but I won't hit a panic button with this team. There was enough there. It's like, all right, George Kittle wasn't out there. I feel like that's probably maybe a slightly bigger story than we're giving it credit for.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he is one of the most
this morning, really. I got to be honest with you, I didn't think about it during the game.
Yeah.
But,
I thought about it every time they showed him on the sideline. It's like, oh, that's right. He's not playing.
As I thought about it more, I was like, yeah, we could have used him for sure today. I would say just a hunch. We could have used him.
I mean, you talk about. I mean, we heard this with Tony Romo and Witten for years. Safety blankets, guys who help you get comfortable in the quarterback position. I gotta imagine Kittle could have been that for Trey Lance yesterday. Again, these are not. None of these are a singular reason why the 49ers lost yesterday. But once you put all of those reasons in one big bowl, you wind up with a loss to Chicago, which is tough because it's unfair to judge Chicago off of that one game too. They didn't look particularly. I think Chicago in the long haul stinks, and I kind of feel like their plan might be to stink. So to lose that one, it's different. It's tough for this fan base, especially with hopes being so high again.
It's absolutely tough. The whole thing, and people got upset when I talked about this earlier. But I mean, once again, I guess I didn't tweet it out, so it's not real. But I was having conversations during the first drive, before the first drive, with some of the people that I talked to and rock with, my 49er fans, and I was like, look, man, the weather is the great equalizer today. You're going to have to play a clean game. You're going to have to be even more on point because it's just you're not going to be able to overwhelm them offensively and defensively the way you would like to because of the weather. It was a great equalizer. It didn't lose them the game, but if there was a sizable gap between the talent of the 49ers and the Bears, well, the gap was closed with the rain. I mean, and nobody's calling that an excuse. But at the same time, if you're acting like that doesn't matter at all, then, I mean, you don't know sports. You don't know football. I mean, that's just
Watch more games, guys. Watch more games.
That's just what it is. Like if you have two teams that one team is way better than the other, you put them in muddy and rainy conditions, it slows the game down and makes it a little more closer. The team that's better should still
take strengths away. The weather can take strengths away.
The team that's better should still win. There's no doubt in my mind the Niners still should have won that game if they took care of business, but it just closes the gap between the two teams. That's all it does. And when I saw that yesterday, it was a little better than it was when I saw it in the beginning of like warm-ups or whatever. I mean, there was standing water all over the place during pre-games. It got better at the start of kickoff. Like it wasn't that bad, but just go back and look at the play where Debo fumbles the ball. That's at the beginning of the game. He falls to the ground. There's just splashes of water and puddles that come up. It was a bit of an issue out there. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, but it was still something that played a factor. Niners still got a way to win that one, though.
49ers fans in California, and they're not going to believe rain is an issue because we haven't seen rain in 6.5 years. So it's like how we're looking at it, like how difficult could it possibly be? Like we completely forgot what that stuff is that falls out of the sky. You know what thing I noticed though? Yo, by the way, I had no idea. I was so confused when the referee said there was a penalty, a 15-yard penalty for trying to wipe off the field.
I had never seen that before.
I thought, he must have meant the ball. I was like, it was a 15-yard penalty for trying to wipe down the ball. That's a weird penalty, but I get it. And then they show the replay, and my man's is actually wiping off the field. I was like, he really just brought a towel out there to wipe down the field. I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, I had never seen that before. And that's a situation where if you're a Bears fan, you could talk about like that wiped off 3 points off the board for them because they were about to kick a field goal.
I mean, he could have done a Charlie Brown and just, that field was a mess. Like that would have been a tough kick no matter what.
Or he could have done what he did later in the game, which is missed 2 extra points. So
done that.
To say like, he would have made it if it wasn't for that. I mean, that's being a bit ambitious, but sure, you can say they could have had 3 points right there if it wasn't for that penalty. That was a self-inflicted wound on themselves, on the Bears.
In our circles here on the show and on social media, there's 49er fans, there's Raider fans, there's Chiefs fans, there's fans of every football team, there's fans of players and all this. But one thing I noticed yesterday, as I was getting acquainted with Niners Twitter, I had a difficult time figuring out if it felt like 49ers fans were the ones hating on Trey Lance the hardest.
Mm.
And it almost came across with some people like, you're a 49er fan, but you're rooting against Trey Lance because you want your take on Trey Lance to be right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're rooting in your own self-interest here to see, I told you Trey Lance was trash. Not like I hope this dude gets better. Not like, it wasn't that bad. There are some things that he can improve on. There are some things that get, but there's some positives to take away. There's some negatives to take away. It felt like 49er fans were the ones hating the hardest on Trey Lance yesterday.
Well, they weren't hating the hardest for sure. I mean, the chatty house will tell you. The chatty house will show you. Niner fans aren't the ones.
That's what my interactions look like
on Twitter. I mean, and this 49ers Twitter is a mess. I learned that a long time ago. It's a mess. It just is. Now, I can't say
any fan base's Twitter is a mess.
That's what I was about to say. I mean, the 49ers Twitter is no different and no better than anybody else's Twitter because fan base Twitter. Because they're all typically a mess. It's all a bunch of people who think they know more than the players and the coaches, talking about how stupid somebody is. Like that's essentially what Twitter ends up being. And I'm not, look, I see something on Fox or, a play call, but I don't like that play call. That didn't make sense. Sometimes it is absolutely fair to be like, that was just a stupid play call or a stupid play. It happens. But it Kevin, they do it constantly on 49ers Twitter. Like constantly. It's a train wreck.
Do it on King's Twitter too. Again, it's just I guess that's just fan bases. It was just so weird. I don't know. Maybe that's an old school line of thinking. Don't you just want your team to do well? Maybe it's because Jimmy is still around and you feel like there's a better option there. Maybe if it really was, who is it? Oh, is it Purdy? Brock Purdy? Maybe if it really was Brock Purdy behind him, maybe you'd root for Trey Lance a little bit more. But you have this, I think some fans have, and clearly some media have this very unrealistic, romanticized version of what Jimmy Garoppolo is as a quarterback. And we're doing all of this, by the way, with Jimmy Garoppolo, completely ignoring the fact that the dude had shoulder surgery. Cleared to play? Absolutely. Cleared to practice, cleared to do all this stuff? Most definitely. Cleared doesn't mean back to normal.
Right.
Normal was average at best. But we're calling for him because we know what it looks like. Oh, he can steady this ship. Jimmy Garoppolo, the old steady hand for the San Francisco 49ers. I wonder if it would be different if it was Brock Purdy.
No, they'd still complain about Jimmy not being there.
No,
they
true.
That's the other thing about Twitter, which I love Twitter. I do. I enjoy my time on there.
It's not just Twitter like that. The Jimmy Garoppolo stuff, that's going to TV shows. That's going. These are conversations that are happening well outside social media.
Absolutely.
So some of these TV shows are essentially social media on TV.
Look, we see it on all levels. I just look at those type of situations as people that look, man, they got their opinions, they got their feelings on it. We'll see what happens. I think the whole thing with Jimmy Garoppolo is he's a good quarterback. You need to push for a higher ceiling. Jimmy, you can only do so much with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like we go down to something as simple as, and I've talked about it all last year, you had safeties lining up in front of the first down marker against Jimmy Garoppolo. Like the margin for error with Jimmy Garoppolo under center is just it's too thin. Like everything has to go perfect. Everything has to go perfect. And that's asking a lot, man. I think you need a playmaker in there and a better person under center as your quarterback. Is Trey Lance going to be that? I don't know yet, but time will tell. Time will tell. But like you said, the romanticizing Jimmy Garoppolo did this last week. I was there, man. I was there. I was the one man Wolfpack defending Jimmy. I remember everything y'all said about Jimmy Garoppolo, and it wasn't nice. And now you're saying, oh, well, he's clearly got to be the guy to come back. No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that because, like I said, I was there. I remember what was said. The other thing about Jimmy, real quick, Damian, is if we're going by a pattern of history and the way things go with certain players and certain teams, you can ask for Jimmy Garoppolo to be back under center all you want. History tells us probably within about 2 or 3 weeks, Trey Lance will be back at quarterback anyway. Because Jimmy's always hurt and he's missing games constantly. That's part of the reason why all this was put into play, because I don't think it was that Jimmy Garoppolo was a bad quarterback necessarily. Part of the reason was the fact that you can't rely on him to stay healthy. He's hurt all the time. So you needed to move on talent-wise and somebody that you feel can be reliable as far as being there game in and game out. But people forget those things.
I'm going to dive into some things that you just said there. We're going to overreact to some other things that happened in week 1 as well. Phone line's still open for you, 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, I need a minute.
For sure. Let me get up in here. Jesse, you can talk to me after you hear this. Do you hear what I got to say? No, I don't think so. I'm just we'll see. We'll see. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway, man. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to the whole crew over there. Ryan, my main man, Jovan, the Connect. You know what it is. And we are in Triple G, or I'm not putting his name first. A side is Canelo. We're in Canelo Triple G 3 week. All right, here as they're about to face off for the third time this week. And we got information earlier today about the zone and the price point. I think it's going to be $85, whatever the case may be. And I'm not the type of guy that really sneezes at pay-per-view and paying for pay-per-view. Granted, I'm not rich or anything. It's not like it doesn't affect me to have to pay for a pay-per-view fight. But I don't really trip off that. I'm from the era where that's where your big fights were. Maybe you can say that boxing fans are conditioned in the wrong way to think that's okay, and I'm part of that. I understand that. I wish everything was on free TV too, but we made an agreement long ago that that's not the way things were going to be. It's not how it's going to be. Your major fights were going to be on pay-per-view. So I don't have a problem necessarily paying for a big pay-per-view fight. But I got the news this morning about $85, Canelo Triple G. I was like, oh, am I gonna pay $85 for this? I got to tell you right now, Monday of Canelo Triple G 3 week, I don't know if I'm paying $85 for this. I don't know if I'm paying for this fight because nobody really asked for this fight in the first place. That's also part of it. And we all know what's going to happen in this fight. Canelo's not losing this fight. We all know that. He's probably going to knock out Triple G because Triple G can't move more than 2 feet to his left or right, 2 inches to his left or his right. So do I need to pay $85 for that? I don't know. Check with me later in the week. Maybe if you guys want to donate, I'm down to that, whatever. I don't know, man. Canelo Triple G 3, I might sit this one out. We'll talk about it. That's the 13th round. Well, you need to holler at me on Saturday, I'm thinking. Because I typically have no problem. I'm proud to pay. Nah, I'm proud to pay, more times than not. I got Gervonta and Isaac Cruz and all this other stuff. Like those weren't main pay-per-view fights or whatever, but I understand the event of it all. I paid for Canelo Bivol, I'll pay for a fight, but I just don't know if I'm gonna do that one, man. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. David. Devin Haney will learn soon he is not in control of his career. He can call out whoever he wants. He's not in control of his career. That's a sad thing because I like Devin. That's my guy, Devin Haney. I think Tank is to a certain point. Errol Spence is. Errol Spence, PBC looks at him and if he says he wants to fight, he gets it done. The thing that held up this Crawford thing the whole time was the top ranked portion of it, him being on a different side of the street. But it's really Canelo, Errol, and Bud, I guess, right now, because Bud is a free agent. But Canelo, Errol, and Tank. That's the three that I would say.
I'm looking forward to tonight's Monday night game.
Yeah, that should be a
Seattle
fun
and Denver. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Looking forward to talking to James Ham, too. He's going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. A couple of minutes, meaning like 40. That's how people in our culture say a couple of minutes. It's actually 40 minutes away. James Ham will be with us, top of the hour. We'll talk some Kings basketball with him. We'll talk a little football with him as well. A couple of non-football things. I want to get to some overreactions. more on the 49ers as well. Just quick non-football thing. We Albert Pujols, 697. Yeah. Let's go, dude. He might do this.
Oh,
he might do this.
Wait a minute. I guess I completely missed on it. He hit another one yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh man,
697. Yep, number 4 all time.
696 the other day on Saturday, I guess it was. And then I just heard you say 697. I said he hit another one.
Yeah.
Where the hell was I at? Well, see, Damien, this is what happens when you don't watch anything when the Niners lose. Blame the Niners losing for me not knowing that Albert Pujols didn't hit another one yesterday.
That's okay. That's what I'm here for. I got you covered. Yeah, he's it's Barry, Hank, Babe, and Albert Pujols.
He might get to it. He's got what, 3 weeks to hit 3 home runs?
Yeah, I hope he does it, man. I don't know why I've become suddenly so invested in this, but I think that would just be that'd be such a great story.
Yeah.
Goes back to St. Louis, retires. He said, no, this is it. And then just goes on a tear the last 2 months of the season to get to 700. I mean, I forgot that Alex was 4th.
Yeah.
Like I mean, there's only 3 guys who have hit 700 home runs. That's incredible. If he does it, I think that's such a cool story. If he does it, I hope he does.
Like I say, he got about 3 weeks to get 3 home runs, man. I think he's going to get it done. Terrence is dead on though. He said, Casey, shut the cell phone off. Yeah, man. I said I'm getting out of here. I said, I'm gonna go see Danny Lane. I ain't dealing with sports for the rest of the night. I'm going to see Danny Lane.
If you're new to the program, Kenny gets very in his feelings when the 49ers lose.
And I make I don't hide behind it. I told you guys straight up, Niners lose. I ain't watching no NFL game day, NFL prime time sports. And I ain't watching none of that.
I knew you saw what the rundown looked like. The first time you opened it, you saw what it looked like. I knew. I was like, all right, I'll do it. If the 49ers had won, if the 49ers were winning, our show layout for today would have been done when the clock hit 000 or from Kenny. When it would have just been zeros across the board. The whole thing would have been to every 49. I knew my guy's not going to be feeling it today. I got it. I'm gonna lay this thing out here and figure out how we can address all the issues.
I got after, because I actually had to coach some basketball games yesterday, so that also helped as well. So when I got done with that, I said, man, let me do some online shopping with the Queen Bee, and then I'm gonna go see Danny Lane. I ain't watching no game day. I ain't watching no prime time. Now,
what'd you buy? Did you buy anything good?
Some stuff.
Okay. Oh, it was good when he can't even say what it was. Oh, I just bought some stuff. I ain't even mad at you.
We got some stuff. I
go to online shop and order toilet paper and paper towels. Kenny goes online shop. I just got some stuff.
We put some stuff on a list. All right, okay. Let's put it that way. We put some stuff on a list.
Gotcha.
We have to take care of that.
Man, you are a list making dude these last couple of weeks, boy. Like we got to Kenny. The list of Caraway started late last week. Man.
Now look, on the flip side, and I see people in the chat addressing that. I'll address that in a second. On the flip side, if the Niners would have won, I'm DVRing all them shows. I'm DVRing the game days and the prime times and the post game show. It's all going to be on the DVR when the Niners win. I'll be able to tell you what everybody had to say. Last night I said, I'm out of here. I'm going to go see Danny Lane and hang out with my cousin.
All right.
So I said I would address it. Good Kid, Mad City. He asked, a couple other people asked about Flip Side today. And we're figuring out what's going on with Flip Side. Because
I have made the decision. Flip Side is dead. It's over. If it's become that difficult to track down, the Flip Side is dead.
Well, I only say because it might not be. Jesse's working on some things. But the thing that happened was...
The last thing we need to do is give Jesse more work.
That's true, too. That's a great point.
Jesse, that's the last thing we need.
What happened was where I would get this audio from the opposing team. Like, I can get the 49ers one anytime. That's easy work. But I like to do
we are your home of 49ers. Easy.
But, yeah, the place where I would get that audio has... vanished. I spent like an hour trying to figure out like where is what did I do wrong? Where is it at? And yeah, it's not as readily available as it was last year. So
now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
Since we've been having fun with some of the members of the Chatty House, can we just point out, like, this dude, your boy Albert, literally doesn't listen to anything. I think he actually puts the show on mute and just starts typing stuff. Albert says, KC, you got to be able to take it when it's good and it's bad. Albert, we just said he can't get the audio anymore. See, this is... You try to open yourself up to people, and you get that guy. Like Albert is that guy. It's just brutal. Mickey brings it. What's deader, J Street vibes or Flip Side? I don't know.
Flip Side for sure.
Flip Side for sure.
Yeah,
oh,
Flip Side for sure.
R.I.P. I'll pour out I'll pour out a little green juice. I'm not gonna do it on the carpet. That would be stupid. But
I don't want it to go. Man. I'm trying to work something out. I don't want you're proclaiming it dead. I don't want to go
dead.
there. I don't want to go there yet. Let me work some things out. Because for all the people who said I'm doing it because of loss, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. Because I'm the same guy last year when the Niners were 3-5, who I said I'm not doing Flip Side for 49ers wins anymore because they don't deserve it until they get over 500. I continue to do it for 49ers losses. So don't do that. Don't do that. It ain't about that. I did it when they were 3-5. I did it after the NFC Championship game. Do you think I'm gonna be scared off by some sorry Bears loss week 1?
Well,
absolutely not. All right. I have no problem with Flip Side. I enjoy Flip Side. I was gonna say win or lose. I don't enjoy it when they lose, but I enjoy giving it to the people because that's what they want. I'm gonna see what we can do to make sure Flip Side stays alive. Just work with me, guys.
I feel like Kane has put it in the casket and hit it with it and lit it on fire. Like that's what I feel like we're at with Flip Side.
How many times was that lit on fire?
How many times? What? Oh, Well, I think Undertaker's been lit on fire less than Kane has.
Who did Randy Orton light on fire?
Bray Wyatt, the Fiend.
No. This was like, remember where he almost burnt himself? Was it Taker or was it Kane?
Oh, I don't know. I remember the Taker. I remember Undertaker
put too much gasoline, like it was on his arms and stuff like that, and he tried to light the fire and he almost lit himself up. This was like early Randy Orton.
Oh, that was probably Undertaker. Well, I don't know how you light something on fire and then I don't know which one that was. I do know the Undertaker did actually get lit on fire when the explosion, when the pyrotechnics went off, his jacket caught on fire. His jacket caught on fire. He had to stay in character and get his jacket off as quick as possible. And then you see him get into it was an elimination chamber match. So he just had to stand there and he's pouring bottles of water all over himself because his skin is on fire.
That is terrible. And I hate that I'm laughing at that because it's not funny.
Remember when they lit JR on fire?
Yes. I remember. I think that was Kane. When Kane lit.
I was like 11. I was going to school the next day like, oh my God, they lit this guy on fire on TV.
Remember when they did that? And they had the fake screams piped in. Oh, good old wrestling.
Yeah, man.
Good old wrestling.
JR only missed a month after that, so he came back a month later, literally.
That's the crazy thing. At least when they set the Undertaker on fire, he was gone like 3 months. They set him on fire in January. He came back in March. Like at least he sold it a little bit. JR just come back, burnt back and all. I don't know. The Fiend caught on fire. He came back. He like that dummy they used to burn burn Bray Wyatt. Oh my God. Like okay, let's get past the fact that Randy Orton just set a human being on fire and acknowledge that this human being is now melting in the center of the ring.
And he was back 2 weeks later.
Right back. Just all burnt up. That's what I wanted the original Kane to look like, is what the burnt up Bray Wyatt looked like. That's what I wanted the original Kane to look like.
Great. Who was better? And we'll get back to football in a second because, like you said, this ain't August. But who had the better comeback from being basically burnt to a crisp and burnt alive? Kane or Canaan?
Canaan 100%. Canaan 100%.
Building made it out. All the doors locked. Everything made it out somehow.
Still never explained either. Just 50 was like, nah, I got another paycheck to earn. You think I'm going to write myself off my own show? Child, please.
Jukebox and her girlfriend brought him back.
Brought him back. I love the origins of Jukebox on Raising Canaan.
I'm telling you, she might get her a spinoff. We got to see how she turned into we're already on
what
that
she
path,
turned into. Yeah.
She got to an adult. Like, how did she get that left?
Let's get into some overreactions. We'll start with the 49ers. We'll make this easy. Trey Lance will be replaced by Jimmy Garoppolo before the bye.
Hey, I haven't seen anything to make me come off my stance of what I said 2 weeks ago. Under no circumstances will Jimmy Garoppolo see the field due to Trey Lance's performance. It ain't happening.
I'm with you. That's a complete overreaction. But let's stay in this same general vicinity, though.
Mm-hmm.
The Cowboys will make a call to the San Francisco 49ers regarding Jimmy Garoppolo. And to be fair, because I think we talked about this before the show, there was something. Here it is right here. Cowboys to make a move for a quarterback. Mike McCarthy, when discussing bringing in a quarterback after Dak's injury, we definitely anticipate making some roster moves. Now, I don't know that we've mentioned this on the radio show, but I'm sure everyone well aware now, Dak Prescott out 6 to 8 weeks with a hand injury sustained last night in the Sunday Night Football opener. Did the Cowboys call the 49ers?
I'm sorry. I should do this. I'm trying to be a professional. Mitch is responding to the tweets that people were sending him numbers of like the call-in number. He's responding in Mitch fashion. I'm sorry. I tried to hold it in. But I think to answer your question, I think the Cowboys absolutely should make a call. Now, whether they want that price, nah, I don't think, no. Like, because I'm thinking like 3rd, 4th rounder for Jimmy G or something like that. Like, nah, I wouldn't do that. But make a call. What's wrong with making a call? Oh, you see?
Come on, man. I'm trying to do a radio show here. Now, Mitch has gone from derailing the show on the radio to derailing the show on social media. Kyle, who's this? Richard says, focus on the last 4 numbers and think. Mitch responds, Damon and Casey are on 1320, right?
Cool thing is Mitch is listening to this all right now, like trying to call in still.
He's still dialing 349-1320. Let me get in.
Mitch, from the Dr. David's response, Mitch responds, is that 1320 ESPN sack? D'Lo and KC? Question mark?
Oh, man. Call 339-1140 and go. D'Lo, KC, how you doing? Do that. See, give him that number. See how that goes.
Like, no, it's not here. We're trying to get him banned. That's what we're trying to do.
Oh, big into that. Big into banishments over there. I thought 6 to 8 weeks. So a call for a quarterback, given the fact that cut Cooper Rush once already.
Hey, there's the bold strategy from Jerry Jones to show his belief in Dak Prescott. Had no quarterbacks on the roster.
Oh man, no quarterbacks. Hey, all I can say about my man Dakota, he got that money.
Yeah.
if that's all my brother got, that's all he got.
Oh,
but he got that money. We've seen this football team. Man, imagine having Mike McCarthy as your head coach and Dak Prescott not as your quarterback. It's gonna be a rough year for the Dallas Cowboys, man.
And I'll say this as well. It's just off the top of my head. I didn't get to put it in.
Yeah.
Before the injury, Dak didn't look good.
Oh no,
Dak didn't look good at all.
No, he didn't look good. There's been speculation that there's something wrong, I think, with his ankle. I think he blamed it on Jordan 11 cleats, having worn Jordan 11 high tops.
Respectful.
Oh, having worn Jordan 11 high tops, I can't imagine them being even remotely comfortable.
And Pete, the trainer, say all the time, man, put some insoles in there.
Okay. Whatever Pete says, do it. I'll do it. I'm just saying.
Yo, is he still wearing Jordans? Is he still on Team Jordan? Because we need to have a talk. If they don't come out here and be like, yeah, my ankle hurts because of the shoes I was wearing. I'm not riding with that.
I think
respectful, Dak Prescott.
I don't think he was disrespecting the shoes. I think he was making note that he had just pulled out a brand new pair and hadn't broken it in. My concern is he was lying. That's my concern, is that he's in fact lying and he didn't know what to do, so he blamed it on the shoes. Yeah, I definitely had concern about Dak headed into the season.
Even headed into the season, but just the first 3.5 quarters. I didn't like anything that I saw from Dak Prescott on Sunday night.
No. I didn't like anything that I saw after 5 o'clock on my television last night. That was, I mean, the Jordan bit was pretty good. That was cool, but that is a brutal watch, man. That was just as slow and as dull as could get. And yeah, that had a lot to do with the lack of offense from the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know that that's the call to make. I guess he's probably the best backup quarterback that you can get. But if I'm the 49ers, I'm like, yeah, Brody, it's going to cost you.
Yeah.
It's going to cost you.
The other reason why it would cost is you trade him in conference.
Yeah, I don't think that's as big of a deal, though. It's not like it's in division.
No, but the way, going back to what I said earlier, you're looking at playoff spots. And if you concede, if you're looking at it like the Eagles are going to win the NFC East, and now you're looking at wild card spots available.
I got you.
I'm not helping out the Cowboys for free or for the cheap. I'll help you out, but like you just said, it'll cost you.
I think one of the things that Dakota does really, really well is he can get you out of a jam, whether it's a jam that he created or a jam that the lack of running game created. He can hit a big play. Like, that's one thing Dak is super strong at, is hitting a big play. For all of the positives that Jimmy Garoppolo has, he is not that.
No.
He's not a big play guy, and I don't know that there's well, you got CeeDee Lamb there. That Cowboys team was rough.
That was
that Cowboys team was rough
for them.
I don't know what to say. That's a rough team, and it's the coach is bad. I mean, Zeke, God bless you, bro. That ended quick. You talk about getting your money and then being done. Like, Zeke stinks.
Yeah. I mean, Tony Pollard is in there taking his carries, and rightfully so.
And Tony Pollard wasn't good yesterday. Zeke wasn't that bad. Mike McCarthy, they veered away from it. They'd rather Cooper Rush. I think I looked this up this morning. I think Cooper Rush threw the ball more times. So will Cooper Rush come in the third quarter? He threw the ball, or fourth. He threw the ball more times than Zeke ran it.
Jeez.
Unless Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys are just resigned to the fact that Ezekiel Elliott isn't good anymore, he should touch the ball 20 times. Have him touch the ball 20 times and at least let him prove that he can't get you 100, 120 yards anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, that goes back to like what we talked about.
Leonard Fournette is 47 years old. He has 127 yesterday. Leonard Fournette can carry the ball 21 times, but Ezekiel Elliott can't.
But this goes back to what we talked about, though, with Derek Carr. I think sometimes, whether it's a mandate from the top or just the coaches thinking or the players saying it, how much money Dak Prescott making? Like, we paying you this money.
Yo, Zeke get a paycheck too. Zeke gets a healthy paycheck too.
It's a different paycheck, right? I think that's what happens. And I'm not disagreeing with you, but I think that's what happens. We're paying you $45 million a year. You better figure out a way to take us to the promised land. What am I paying you $45 million a year to hand the ball off for? That's their thinking. I'm not saying I disagree with you. I agree with you.
That's how it happens. If that's your thinking, then you need to go get Sean Payton out of that Monday night countdown or Sunday night countdown or whatever studio I saw him in yesterday. Go get him out.
Hey, shout out to Jason Garrett.
It might have been Fox. What the hell studio was he on yesterday? I know I saw him. Sean Payton was on TV yesterday. Maybe it was Fox. I can't remember. Get him on the sideline if you want to maximize that 40 per 30 per whatever it is for Dak Prescott. You've got to get Mike McCarthy off of your freaking sideline.
I saw Jason Garrett though. I wasn't prepared for that. I don't know if there was an announcement or I forgot or whatever. I didn't anticipate seeing him on NBC. I was like, I
feel like he was
Garrett.
Yeah.
I thought he was still coaching.
No, he wasn't. I think his last job was the offensive coordinator of the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Who won yesterday?
Didn't win. Came from behind to beat the Titans.
Man, how about that? There was some bizarre games yesterday. Absolutely. That Texans Colts, that whole situation was crazy.
Oh gosh. Abolish the tie.
Oh.
Abolish the tie. That is just nasty.
Make a field goal.
Or have a field goal making competition to abolish the tie.
Penalty kicks. Yeah, penalty kicks to win the game.
The tie is nasty.
Overreaction. Christian McCaffrey's best years are behind him.
Not an overreaction. That doesn't mean he can't be good.
Okay.
But his best years are behind him, yes.
Okay. Christian McCaffrey's no longer a good football player.
That is an overreaction.
Okay. That's kind of more of what I was aiming at.
Yeah, that's an overreaction.
My guy Baker tried. He almost did it. You got a little bit of you got exactly what Baker Mayfield is a quarterback is. You got the good and the bad. You got the big 75-yard touchdown, and you got the missed 5-yard out. Like you got a little bit. You got a little bit of everything yesterday.
Yeah.
Good for Cleveland to hang on though. I mean, that's their whole. They're looking at it this like one down. You know, if they have 9 more, I'm sure it's 9 more games to go.
Saints, Falcons.
Oh, can I just throw one more?
Yeah.
Is Trevor Lawrence good? That's not an overreaction. That was just a little. That was a question. I probably like. Are we confident? Is Trevor Lawrence going to be anywhere near what they said he would be? Can he be anything near what they said he would be in Jacksonville? Does Jacksonville need to be abolished? Do we need to remove the Jacksonville Jaguars from the National Football League?
For a long time before they actually got the teams in LA. That's who should have.
What's it called in soccer? Relegation?
Yeah.
Might need to do it.
Who are we bringing up? Is USC coming up to the NFL?
I don't care. They'll be better than Jacksonville. They probably got a bigger payroll than Jacksonville does.
Did you ever buy into those arguments?
No, got a college team. No. Alabama barely beat Texas. Let's not talk about Alabama.
Once again, I go to
money making Caraway.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Can't believe it. That was a fun game on a Saturday morning.
Yeah, that was fun. It was fun partly because you're like, oh my God, what am I watching? Is this really about to happen? We'll touch on some other surprises in week 1 besides the Bears beating the 49ers that we haven't talked about yet. Plus, James Ham with us top of the hour, some Kings talk on the way as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, Mitch is cracking me up. That is just wonderful. Still doesn't change the fact Cole doesn't listen to anything. Oh, man. I wonder if there's a good reason to tune into Raw tonight. I saw Sasha, and I had to double check to make sure this was like live, but like Sasha and Naomi they were like in a fashion show yesterday. I ain't got nothing to do with wrestling. It was just I haven't really seen them out. Oh, it's a great. This is a great point. This is a great point, John. It's a great point. Watching college football is tough. The quality of it. Yeah. It's different. It's not the NFL. Like it's different. And Bama was playing like crap. And Texas was just, God bless them, taking advantage. Hey. Yeah, he might have. Hey, man, we'll talk about that for a quick second when we get back. Can't knock what he did yesterday, man. Can't knock it at all. I was surprised. I didn't expect it. That's why I picked Jacksonville to win that game, because I didn't believe in Carson Wentz. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's his game. I think he's a gambler. He's like, man, I've thrown too many touchdowns today. Let's throw a. It was both. It was both. Alabama was not good, but that's not a knock on Texas. Like Texas took advantage. They're like, all right, yeah, linger around, see what happens. Oh, it's a good call there, boys. Nebraska tries to sneak this in on NFL Sunday. Oh, it's so long overdue. Get that dude out of there. He's awful. That's amazing. Amazing. Yeah, dude, we want you out of here so bad. We'll just pay you. We'll pay you all of it. Yeah. I remember that. That was so hokey. Oh, man. Dave Garcia, what's happening, man? Yeah, it's the number one team in the country now, right? Yes, that is a catastrophic start. If they start off 0-3, that absolutely, yes, that is a catastrophic start. Oh, man, that's a good one. We'll bring that up on the air too. Yeah. Yeah, but that's The Rock, so it's different. Of course, The Rock came back. Rock has superpowers. David J, I was being sarcastic, man. I'm a big Leonard Fournette fan. I think he got done dirty in who was this coach? Oh, it was
Jesse,
the Giants guy. What's his name? What? You can't hear?
Now I can.
Oh,
I couldn't hear you guys talking through the break.
Oh, Kenny's pointing at his ears like he can't hear. I was like, wait, what? You can't hear? What's the Giants coach's name that won the Super Bowl? The super strict dude who went to Jacksonville.
Coughlin.
It's Coughlin. Thank you.
Coughlin.
He hated Leonard Fournette. We were talking about Leonard Fournette during the commercial break, and David J's mentioned, Leonard Fournette's only 27, same age as Zeke. No, I'm a Leonard Fournette guy. I think he's gotten a raw deal through the bulk of his career. I still think he's got a lot of legs left in him. I was glad to see him do well last night. But Coughlin and was it Doug Marone? Yeah, they were not fans of his at all.
Did you see how players that boy Micha Parsons was a problem out there until Leonard Fournette hit him what they call those chip blocks. Not Parsons back, and we didn't hear from Parsons the rest of the game.
Yeah, that was the theme. Go ahead, Jesse.
See Micah's tweet. I think it was this morning about that.
Oh,
No.
Go one-on-one with me. Double team.
Oh, hold the L, bro.
Well, Jesse, that's the question. You saw the tweet. Did you guys hear the sound bite from Micha Parsons? Here's what he had to say.
Isolating the sweet science of the sport, doctrinating my style.
Why do you do
Going
this?
back to the raw, rugged streets.
Oh.
That's where I belong. I never followed no athletes growing up, no movie stars.
I'm watching this clip again. Oh.
Hey, he knocked that boy back. And it's funny because
man, sir, sit down. Here, I'll retweet it for those who haven't seen it. Even though this clip I'm retweeting has 3.9 million views, everybody has seen it.
Collinsworth, I saw it when it happened, like when the play happened. It just caught my eye. And Collinsworth, who was playing sick yesterday, he like before Brady throws, he's like, oh my gosh, like everybody saw it at the same time. And then they went back and showed the replay. And I was like, oh, that's tough. That's a little tough. And here's what I'll say. I'll defend Micha Parsons just a little bit. Just a little bit. That's
Mike
a little
is in his
unfair.
feelings, though.
That's a little unfair for the defensive lineman. You're lined up to go up against the O lineman, and then all of a sudden you have a tight end or a running back come and give you the chip block. That's a raw deal. It's a raw deal. I probably wouldn't have tweeted that, but that's a raw deal.
He tweeted, now go watch the tape and see what happened when it was me and him one-on-one. You hit someone not looking at you straight. Oh, can't use that word. Stop hyping this weak-ass stuff. It's football. Okay, Micah, stop being in your feelings. Don't do that. He's not wrong. He's not looking at Leonard Fournette.
Yeah, it's unfair play. They do it a lot. They do it with Bosa. All the top pass rushers.
It doesn't
they try to
make it not funny. It's
what makes it
funny.
worse is Parsons' response. Like that's what makes it worse.
What makes it worse is he has a little bit of difficulty getting up. So
he was knocked on his ass.
It looks like Leonard knocked him a little loopy. Because he goes, he looked like Mike in Tokyo. He tried to get up. I don't think he's not loopy. He got knocked clear down on his butt. He goes to get up, and offensive line kind of pushes him back down a little bit, and it's just a series of bad.
Nah, man, Leonard Fournette got him good. But like I said, I mean, as part of the game, it happens to everybody. But just as an outside observer, man, that ain't fair. That's not fair. You just come out of nowhere with the chip block. But it's part of the game. It happens. You gotta deal with it, Micah.
Hey, Micha Parsons went and played rock, paper, scissors with a bunch of fans wearing his jersey. He says, damn, I took 2 L's in one night, shaking my head.
Oh, well, okay. That's a better response.
Look, Leonard Fournette's one of the baddest dudes in the game. He didn't need to retweet that video and talk about it. Like, bro, you're good. Like, you didn't lose anything out of that. Like, you're fine.
Yeah.
You're fine.
It's football. Everybody saw it because it was Sunday night, and it was, you're that dude. You're one of those dudes out there, Micah. So, it's going to go viral, but yeah, man, just no need to look in your feelings.
Tom Brady has still 20 years later never lost to the Dallas Cowboys.
I heard that I hadn't heard that before the beginning of the game yesterday. And I was like, is that true? Wow. Then I was actually with Reese, and he said, what did they say? He never lost to them? I was like, I know, right? And I hadn't heard that before. Yeah, he
equally as impressive. Tua Tagovailoa has never lost to the New England Patriots. He's 4-0 against the Patriots. Dolphins got a win yesterday. They look good. 4 interceptions for Joe Burrow yesterday.
Oh, man.
And the Bengals lose to the Steelers at the end of overtime. We almost had 2 20-20 ties yesterday.
I would have been furious. I'm telling you, I hate the tie. I really do hate the tie.
Okay. I mean, I get it.
It just messes with the standings. It messes with. It's just, and it's trash. It really is.
So just the penalty kicks to.
If that's how they want to do it, like if they don't want to keep playing, which I wouldn't advise. Like you've already played 5 quarters, no need to play 6. Yeah, just do a kickoff. Just do a kickoff. But I need a winner.
Anything else yesterday really surprised you?
Surprise me? No, I love to see what I saw from the Ravens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lamar was doing his thing. They handled business. They did what they were supposed to do against the Jets. The Chiefs, we talked about a little bit earlier against the ceiling is the roof.
Flacco. God almighty. He threw the ball 59 times
Oh my
yesterday.
gosh. Get that man some ice.
Good God, man.
Get that man some ice.
Joe Flacco's 37 years old. He threw the ball 59 times.
That is amazing. That's a lot.
He threw the ball
throws.
59 times and they scored 9 points.
That's pathetic.
Damn.
That is pathetic.
That is brutal. I was surprised. Philly put up 38 yesterday.
Yeah. Philly and Dan Campbell had them boys playing in the first half. It looked like the Lions were, gonna shock the world a little bit.
Yeah,
and it was a close game, but Philly got a hold of that one.
They got that third quarter touchdown. Philly got that third quarter touchdown and opened things up a little bit, and then Detroit, closed the gap late. But
no. Your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers?
Sure is a shame to see Aaron Rodgers upset on the sideline. I could probably look this up really quick. Didn't the Packers get the crap kicked out of them
to the Saints? Yeah,
last year.
38-3.
Off of them. Yeah, it was 38-3. So I no takeaways, but it was funny watching him essentially throw a fit on the sidelines. I obviously that game was happening at the same time the Raider game was happening, so everyone was watching what Davante Adams did, and I think they ran the numbers on the wide receivers for the Packers and Davante Adams. And there was a point, I don't know that it ended this way, but there was a point where Davante Adams had more yards than everyone on the Packers. I thought more impressive though, and I guess this, hat tip to you and Jesse for this one, because I wasn't buying this. It was a really good win for the Minnesota Vikings. Good. I mean, you saw the way Kirk Cousins played, the way Dalvin Cook played.
Look, you talk about the Packers, the Raiders, and Davante Adams having more yards than the Packers and all this other stuff. I think Justin Jefferson had more yards than anybody ever.
He very well may.
That dude is sick. He is sick.
He had 184 of Kirk Cousins' 277 yards.
That boy tough, man. That boy
9 receptions. No one else had more than 3. So that was a very the Cousins Jefferson connection was very Carr Adams like.
Yes, led to a win though. Man, you know what happened today you were there a little bit, 49ers Twitter. I don't know if you caught some of that, but yes, everybody was bemoaning the fact that Javon Kinlaw was taken ahead of Justin Jefferson. Which is fair. Okay. I usually don't get into that too much, but yeah, you should. I think they get Kinlaw and Ayuk in that draft instead of – they didn't pick Ayuk ahead of Justin Jefferson, but they could have – instead of getting Kinlaw, they could have gotten Jefferson and then got your defensive lineman. Yeah. So, yeah, that's one that you'll think about for a long time.
I wanted to be excited about that loss yesterday for the Packers because anytime the Packers and Aaron Rodgers lose, it's an exciting thing. But I also know better. Ultimately, I don't think it's going to mean much moving forward, but we'll see. We touched on Miami, Baltimore. Carson Wentz was a quarterback yesterday.
He was and won a game.
Didn't expect to see that. That's why I picked Jacksonville to win in the D'Lo and KC pool.
Oh yeah, where are you at on the pool, man? Let's see what's going on with you.
I had a lot of. I certainly didn't pick a tie. I can tell you that. I don't know. I know it was looking pretty rough there for a while, where I thought I could be the first person in history to pick every single game wrong. Then I remembered I picked Buffalo to beat the Rams, so I thought, okay, I've got one under my belt. I'm not sure what happens from here. I was hoping Carolina would come back and beat Cleveland. I didn't get the result I needed in Chicago. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. I don't believe I picked Pittsburgh to beat Cincinnati either. So there's that.
I'm laughing because I'm looking at the standings right now, and this, I shouldn't laugh, but it is funny. I'm looking at who's in last place right now. And there's a lot of people with like 0. I'm assuming they didn't get their picks in. But of the people who got their picks in, Randy Lilly got 3 games right this week. Shida Man got 4 games right this week. I'm trying to see if there's any other names. Phil. I don't know if this is Phil from downtown Sacramento. He got 4 right. Jesse Tapia got 5 right. Who is that, Jesse? That's Senior.
That's Senior. Okay.
Senior
very
got
good.
5. Oh, and then as I go, there's Damian Barling.
All right, let's bring in James Sam. I got 5 right. God bless it, man. Let's bring in. James is that an 8? You got James is feeling good about himself today. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app as we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, and why not? We'll open talking about football just because. So your picks went okay yesterday?
Yeah, I think they went okay. I mean, of course, you missed the Niners. I thought Dallas would have put up a little bit better fight. Yeah, overall, I thought my picks went okay. 8. I swear I had 9 and somehow lost a point. So I'll have to look at that.
I got to imagine your fantasy team did pretty well because I know it's anchored by Patrick Mahomes, who I felt like allow me to reintroduce myself should have just been playing through. I feel like we wrote off Patrick Mahomes, man.
Yeah, I think Patrick,
the Joe Burrows and the Josh Allens and Patrick Mahomes down a notch after what those guys did, and a quick reminder that dude is electric.
Yeah, I think Patrick Mahomes heard it. I mean, I don't know about you guys. It looked like he was playing like 7-on-7, and there were points where it looked like he was playing 11-on-7. I mean, he just strolled around and did whatever he wanted. It's like, I don't have Tyreek Hill. I don't care. I'll throw for 5 touchdowns. Yeah, he was spectacular. So, yeah, we did okay in fantasy. We did well there. We did well with Swift. DeAndre Swift had a good day. A couple of our guys bombed out, but definitely a solid win in the Ham household in fantasy.
I won my fantasy game in the Odyssey Fantasy League. Went to work, man. Where's Slammy at? Slammy was trying to shame me for getting Josh Allen first. Well, I'm cooking right now. I'm 1-0. I don't know what Slammy's team's name is, so I don't know what her record is, but I'm 1-0.
The Slam was on.
These go to 11.
We can talk more football as the day rolls along, but let's get into there was actually some Kings news the DJ Stewart era ended just as quickly as it started. James Ham cut him today. What can you explain? We're still 2 weeks away from the start of training camp. What went into? I guess I need the complete story. What went into the signing and then the release shortly thereafter of DJ Stewart?
Okay, so this is kind of complex. And, like we talk all the time about like salary cap things. And a lot of times I try to like dumb it down a little bit because it gets too boring. And like I said on Twitter earlier, it's kind of like talking NBA salary cap a lot of times is like when you go to a party and you just start talking about your kids with a group of people that don't have kids and you look around and one by one they disappear. And, so that's what happens when typically you talk about salary cap. What they did here with DJ Stewart is they had 20 guys already for camp, but some of those guys haven't come to Sacramento yet to sign their contracts. And that's typical. There are some certain guys here that they'll show up, this week, next week. I mean, they don't have to report until I think it's the 24th, 25th to take their physicals and like get their contracts in and all that stuff. So in the meantime, you don't really have 20 guys under contract. You have 20 guys who are committed to contracts, and maybe you have 17 guys under contract. So the Kings used that little window where they had guys that haven't signed yet to go out and give DJ Stewart a standard contract with a $50,000 guarantee. And what they did basically is they gave him enough money to stick around in the United States as opposed to going overseas and signing a contract. And the hope is that he'll go right to the G League once it's time for the G League to kick up. And it's kind of an interesting move because usually these happen at the end of camp. You see like the Exhibit 10 contracts and all that stuff. You'll see guys, even in the like 3 days before the season starts, you'll see like one or two guys get picked up by teams and then waived. And so what they do there is they give them like little signing bonuses, these $50,000 signing bonuses, and then they'll allocate them to their G League team as long as they aren't already part of another team's G League, some other G League doesn't have their rights. So DJ Stewart is hopefully going to be in Stockton, and if he's going to take $50K, you kind of think that there's a wink, wink, nod, nod. Hey, we'll see you in Stockton in a few weeks.
Okay.
I'd want him to stick around in Stockton. Hopefully, like I said, I don't know what it is. I like DJ Stewart. I think he has some potential to be an NBA guy. I'm not saying like, oh, he's going to be the next Fred VanVleet that you've developed out of. I ain't saying all that, but I don't know. I just like his skill set. He's still pretty young. I think they drafted him when he was a freshman out of Duke, so he's probably about 19 years old or so. What was that, about 2 years ago? Maybe was it a year ago now? I don't know.
It's only a year. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not even 21 yet. So that's the type of guy that I would think is somebody that you would develop in your program. We keep talking about this a lot, right? James is like developing that G League program and having guys that you bring in there and help them work on their game. You develop them and use this as a true minor league type system. And the NBA is kind of set up differently with contracts and stuff where it's not always that easy. But I feel like he'd be like one of those guys that you could try to do that with.
He's a guy who's worth taking a gamble on. That's what he is. He is only 20 years old. He's a guy that basically, if you're going to try to develop like a guy like this, I only want to see one of them on the roster, right? Because we've talked about this. I think the G League is, in a lot of like most areas, it's really not run the correct way because I just don't think that very often you're going to find, some of these guys that have developed and become like the Pascal Siakams. Like the chance of finding that guy is so incredibly rare. So what you should be doing is you should be developing specific skill set guys who are 3-and-D defenders, wing defenders. Go get a bunch of super long athletic guys that just need a bunch of work on their 3-point shot and maybe on how to stay in front of a guy and just bring guys along that way. I think every once in a while, though, you need to take a flyer on a guy that has just like a really high level of talent and maybe a ceiling that you don't really know what it is. And that's what Stewart is. I mean, he's so young. He averaged like 14 points a game last season. He wasn't a great shooter, but I think as the season went on, he got a little bit better. And you got to have something in the pipeline because that's kind of one of the complaints we had at the end of last season. The Kings don't have anyone under the age of like 23. They've got Keegan Murray now, who's 22. Well, you don't have anyone under 22. That's kind of strange at the NBA level. There's usually one or two guys that are younger that are kind of developing and coming up.
There any other guys on the roster you see that way? Man, I don't necessarily mean what you expect to be the main roster. I just mean in terms of guys that are signed right now, guys where maybe you're not really sure what their ceiling is, but you know that there's something there with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Neemias Queta and Keon Ellis both have something special. I think both of these guys, Keon Ellis is what he showed at Summer League was nuts. I mean, he shot 54% from three. Now, that's not something that he did at the college level. I mean, he was solid at the college level, but watching him develop and the way he fights through screens, the way he gets around everybody, how long and athletic he is, he needs to hit the weight room. He needs a year to work on his body, but I think he's an NBA player, and that's a good thing, especially for an undrafted guy. And then Queta is the guy that you're developing at. I know he wants it faster, but a big man, they really don't hit their stride until they're 24, 25. He still has a year or two before you really expect him to take off, and he's refining his body. He's getting. We talked about this last week or the week before. Like the passing skills are something that the Kings need to pull out of him because they're there. But if you can turn him into like a mini Sabonis, a backup Sabonis who's bigger than Sabonis, then that's a good thing. And by that I mean a guy who you can run the ball through for a good 20 possessions per game.
And James, what do you think about like Queta, about where should he be? In your opinion, should it be getting those reps down in Stockton, or would maybe he get more from being on the big team and being in practice and being with those coaches every day? Where do you think is a better place for Queta in his development?
I think he's going to bounce back and forth like he did last year. I would like to see him spend more time in Stockton to really just get like the flow and to start building on something. We always talk about sort of the Marvin Bagley issue where Marvin it wasn't just that he missed games, it's that he missed games like so sporadically. Like he never played more than 20 games in a season through his first 3 years, like 20 straight games. And that's really hard to sort of get continuity and get confidence and start building something. And so I would hope that they would leave him down there and really let him become a star at the G League level and then see if that translates. Pull him up later in the season, give him a long burn, pull him up anytime you have long stretches where you're going to be at home. Bring him up, let him practice with the team, let him fight against Sabonis and some of these guys. Let them use him as Sabonis in practice when you might need to let Sabonis have a day or two off of practice during the season. So I think there's, like he could do some scout team stuff that I think would be really helpful for him. And I think the sort of the skill set that is there, the body is there. I mean, he's a huge man, and he even has like the shot blocking ability that Sabonis just doesn't have. If you can develop him the right way, you might actually stumble onto something, and it might not be this season, or it might only be 20 games this season, but next season, the season after, especially with Alex Len dropping off the books next year, I think that there's potential.
It's interesting you mentioned Alex Len. Would your opinion change on what you want from Neemias Queta if Alex Len, for whatever reason, wasn't on this roster?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think with Alex Len, if you need a guy just to be there in case you get Richaun Holmes and Sabonis with 6 fouls, or you run up against some gigantic guy that's just causing problems, that's one thing. But if say there was an injury to Sabonis and he was going to be out 6 weeks, I want Queta up. I want Queta up, and I actually want to play in a bunch. Like, let him grow in that situation, because again, like if you look at all of their big men, the one guy who I think has the skill set that's the most similar to Sabonis is probably Keita. And I'm not saying that, that he's going to be a Sabonis type player, but Rashawn Holmes is, a pick and roll guy who's a smaller center, 6'9", 6'10". He can really defend the perimeter. Alex Len is more of like a throwback rim protector, and he can even shoot the 3-ball, but more of like a throwback guy. Keita's he can roll. You can put him in the post. He can post up. He's a really efficient rebounder. Shot blocking is huge. He's a guy. What did he average? Like 2.5 blocks a game last year in the G League. I think he's a guy that can develop into something relatively, that you can put him in the rotation. Maybe not this year, but probably next.
Yeah, I look at Keita, and it was crazy how in that summer league, if he kind of flipped the switch, because I didn't think he was playing very well in those first 2 games in the California Classic, and then in the third game and continuing on to Vegas, I thought he played really well. I thought he was really impressive, and I don't know, I feel like if I had an opportunity to have him up on the big squad, I feel like there's opportunities to steal minutes, to have him out there for 12 minutes a night, getting those game reps, seeing what he has in that respect. I looked at Caden, and I looked at some of the things he was able to do in Stockton last year, and I just felt like there's no need for him to be down there. Like, I think all his reps and all his training should be up here, and then you figure out if he's an NBA player, a consistent NBA player on that level. He goes down to Stockton. We saw the crazy numbers he was putting at, like 27 and 23 rebounds and things of that. Like, he's going to do that, I think, even on a higher level next year in Stockton. And bring him up here to Sacramento, man. I want to see him get, possibly 10 to 12 minutes a night on some nights.
Yeah, but he's got to do that consistently. And I think that's the problem. And again, you say you want to see him 10 to 12 minutes a night. Well, then who's not playing? Because that means that Rashawn Holmes isn't playing. Because you got Sabonis who's going to play 35 a night, and Rashawn Holmes is a good player, and he was your starting center last year, and that's going to be the problem. It's not that I don't really believe that Keita is just like he's not an NBA player. I think it's that you got a bunch of guys in front of him, and you have the luxury of bringing him along a little bit slower. And look, I think he averaged like 15.7 and like 8.6 or something. It was something around that. He wasn't a double-double. Like, show it that this year you're the best player in the G League or the best center in the G League. Go down there and take on the challenge and put up 22 points and 12 rebounds and get better as a rebounder and, 2.5, 3 blocks a game. If that's who you are and you think that you're that good, then go dominate the competition so much that you have to come up. And that's where I would put him. And that's, I think he has that potential. I just don't want to take a huge leap forward with a guy who might not be ready. And again, if this is about winning games, there are things that some of these other veteran centers do that he just doesn't know yet. And you need him to get those things down. But, sometimes it takes more than just 1 year of bouncing back and forth in a weird season coming off COVID seasons and all that stuff to really get a guy in your system and figuring things out.
That's why I keep thinking like he'll be better off on the main roster. But I get numbers wise, it doesn't make sense because you still have Alex Len here and Rashawn Holmes is here. And obviously Domantas Sabonis is that guy in that position. And it's not like Neemias Queta is, jumping back and forth between the 4 and the 5. Like he's a big who's going to be down there. I just want to see, I'm so curious to how he develops defensively. And you talk about your frustrations with the G League a lot. What can they do? Obviously, there's not a lot you could do there's nothing you could do competition-wise, but what could the G League as a whole do better to get these guys better prepared for the NBA?
I don't know that it's like I'm hard on the G League because or even the previous iteration, the D League, because I just kind of feel like at times it's kind of rudderless. It's kind of like you have a bunch of players down there and they don't know who they are and they all think that they're going to make it to to the big leagues and then they're going to be stars. And that I just don't know that that's really what the G League should be about. Like, I think the G League, it can be, but I just think you need to limit how many players that are that type of player down there. You know, I think if you set it up where it was actually legitimate, like almost like a, you know, like even minor league baseball, I don't love everything that minor league baseball does, but like it's pretty specific. You keep working your way up the line and it's possible that you might make it someday. But like more times than not, if guys make it out of the G League, they're making it as role players, very specifically. Like they're coming up and doing a specific job, and sometimes they come up to the NBA team, and they're just deep on the bench and they're not even playing. So, you know, I would take guys like we've seen the Kings have Winyan Gabriel in the past, and Winyan is like a prime example. Like, talk about an NBA body. Talk about a guy who can play the 3 and the 4 and jump out of the gym and huge wingspan and just a good high character guy, and like just work with him on all of the small finer nuance things and create that player out of him. Turn him into a 3 and D, like stretch 4, stretch 3 that can move back and forth and defend multiple positions. Like those are guys that you should be working with to develop those skills and those body types, and then see what you've got. Again, I really like Keon Ellis, and I think he fits into this mold of there is no question what he's doing down there. He should not be playing point guard. He should be a shooting guard / small forward who's elite defending, who's defending the toughest guard on the other team every single night, and who plays off the ball most of the time and catch and shoot 3. On occasion, he's going to get out on a break and finish, but his primary role is to do a bunch of catch and shoot 3 balls in the corner on the elbow. What I don't want to see is like him doing a bunch of dribbling, taking guys off the dribble, trying to create for others. Like that's not what the G League should be about. It should be about like really refining skills so players have an opportunity to succeed at the next level.
I'm thinking about all this stuff with the G League and how it could be better. Do you think one of the bigger problems with the G League is that they don't pay enough, so they end up losing guys like a Matt Coleman, for instance? Like Matt Coleman had to make a decision of, am I going to stay in this G League? And it might be a little bit of a pipe dream for me to make the NBA, but you compare that to, I forgot where he went, Istanbul or something, that wanted him and they were going to pay him 6 figures, and he had to make that decision. If they were paying a little bit more in the G League, would they get these guys to stay a little bit longer so you could develop them a little bit more? Do you think there's a correlation between the two? Like if they were able to, the minor leagues in baseball, if you're able to have a guy in your system for 5 years, you know, worst case scenario, but 5 years, and they could really develop their game and understand what your program is all about, do you think that would help some of the traveling back and forth between NBA and G League?
Yeah, I mean, because what we see now is that players that they give it a shot, they try to make it right to the NBA. If they get cut that first year, sometimes they'll try the G League. The second year, like what you saw with Matt Coleman, they bolt for overseas. As soon as summer league gets over, and that's kind of the problem. Like once you get through free agency, European free agency starts right then too. And so these players like take off and they go overseas.
That's smart planning.
Yeah, I mean that's what they do though, and so then you lose this huge window or this huge group of players. Now, some of them really do well over there and they thrive, and then they try to make it back to the league at 25, 26 years old. You know, even like a guy like Chima Monecki who, you know, spent 2 years at UC Davis. He goes overseas. He has a bunch of success. He's coming back over as a 26-year-old who, again, he learned a lot about basketball. I guarantee you that. The European game, you can knock it all you want, but it's really high-level competition. And it's a lot less about athleticism and a lot more about fundamentals, a lot more about physicality, a lot more about shooting the ball, like hitting your shots, being good teammates. Like the European game is really, really solid. And it's better than what we're seeing from the G League completely. But you lose this group of players and they go overseas and sometimes they don't come back. sometimes they get back, but again, now you're competing against a bunch of people for a roster spot. Just makes it really hard. So I don't know. It's kind of like a balancing act, but that's why you do something like what they've done with Stewart, where you gave him, it's only $50,000. And I say only, but in NBA standards, that's nothing, right? Mm-hmm. Like he would make, if he was on the big team, he would make that, like I believe he'd make more than that per diem in a year. So again, you're looking at like this transition where you're trying to get a guy not to go overseas, but when he goes to sign, when he does go to the G League, he's only going to make like $37,000. Mm-hmm. So maybe you get to pay a guy like $87,000, but then we have again a guy like Sam Merrill, who's like right on the cusp. He's like a 4A player. He's going to get $150,000. It looked like $100. I mean, all the reporting on this, no one knows exactly what's happening at this point, but he's supposed to get like $150,000. And then it might be difficult to get him to stick around and go to the G League. He might bolt for overseas, although by that point, there's a good chance that he's also missed the window over there. And, maybe you paid him a little bit more, so he would stick around. And his contract status is very different than a lot of guys because he's been in the league for a couple of years, but he hasn't been signed to a G League contract that I could see. So every season he starts on an NBA team, and they'll send him to the G League for like stints, but he hasn't actually been like a true like drafted into a G League system type guy. So anyway, it's complicated, and yeah, I think the NBA is worse for the fact that the G League hasn't figured out, number one, how to pay these guys, but it's not like there's thousands of people in the gym every night watching them.
Real quick, Dame. First of all, I want to ask a question, but when you talk about per diem, it always reminds me of when I found out everybody gets per diem. So, like, I think it was Alex Rodriguez. After he's like, yeah, I still get my per diem money for road trips, which is like, I'm like, what? You're making $250 million.
The per diem money is insane too. The per diem money is offensive.
They get their little envelope when they're coming off the bus or coming off the plane, and all right, that's money for the road trip. It's crazy to me. But James, what's the pay discrepancy between overseas and G League, and what do you think would be a fair one that could, like, maybe if you're not giving them exactly what they're getting overseas, but something that could keep them in the States and closer to these teams? Like, what is that? Is it like 300,000 to 75,000, and if you could get them to 200,000, maybe they'll stay a little bit more?
Yeah, but I don't think any G League program is going to be profitable or even sustainable if you start paying guys $750,000 a season.
The NBA teams got it. We talked about it the other day.
Yeah,
they got it.
No, I mean that's true, but I mean look at what they've done with the two-way. The two-way is basically half of a minimum scale contract, so that's $500K. But I mean, I guess it's the way it goes, but how would you like to be Neemias Queta going down to Stockton and playing with you're making $500K a year, and these guys here are making, they're not even making $50,000. Mm-hmm. So it's really a weird disparity between the two, and, you got to really love it to be down there. I mean, Emmanuel Terry, like he just keeps trying to stick it out and trying to make it to the bigs, and he got a cup of coffee last year, maybe once or twice because of the pandemic, where they started filling in rosters, but it's just really hard. I mean, a good player in Europe is going to make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, and it's tough to turn down. It's tough to walk away from. I know when Jimmer went to China, I mean, he ended up getting like $3 million or something, and then you want to come back, but like, why would you come back and make a $2 million salary that you're not going to get? You're going to get cut. And so you might end up with a little bit of it, but you're talking about millions of dollars going away.
We'll come back. There's some more Kings notes that we could touch on as we get just 2 weeks out from the start of training camp. I also want to talk about what you wrote yesterday regarding Mike Brown and the Kings' defensive struggles. We'll touch on a couple of other week one notes in the NFL as we return here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. Clear.
Yeah. I got this Vikings Packers game going in the background, and man, Justin Jefferson was killing them boys.
Packers looked horrible. They looked horrible. There are a bunch of teams that look bad. And you know what looks really bad is the air outside. That does
yeah, ours cleared up a little bit.
No, we were well over 400.
Ooh, yeah, we never
well over 400
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I can't actually see the water out the window. Like the smoke is covering the water. That's wild.
Did you guys see on Twitter, or no, not Twitter, on Instagram? Dang, forgive me for not getting it. Is it Andrei Stojakovic? What's the son's name?
Well, I think it's Andre.
Andre.
Yeah.
You see, he went to Texas this weekend for a little visit. That looked pretty cool.
He went where?
He went to Texas, University of Texas.
Oh, Texas. Oh, okay. I bet
they had all those guys at the game, and they got like video of him meeting KD, and because KD was there.
Nick Saban was hilarious. Hey, don't do that.
We were cracking up, me and Chad. I was dying. We rewound that like 3 times.
Like I know. Nick is busting their heads in that locker room. Y'all out there celebrating that.
We were dying when he did that. That was hilarious. And then after during the interviews, we were talking about like these random girls were on the field. Like, what are you guys doing on the field? Giving a hug to Bryce Young, and who are you?
Shoot your shot, man. Shoot your shot.
Why are you on the field right now?
That's funny.
Did you guys see that clip? We didn't even get into Saturday. We'll get into Saturday tomorrow, but of the guy at LSU who just walked on the field.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was incredible. Dude was just standing there, just taking the game in on the field as the play is happening.
That's the thing. The play is going on.
Security seemed to be in no particular hurry to get to him. They just kind of like walked over like, hey, pal, get off the field. And it took them a few minutes or a few seconds before they like got aggressive.
That was nuts.
Oh, he was drunk. Oh, he was drunk and high. Nice. Did you see the parking lot blaze?
Oh, man. That was terrible.
Busted somebody's ass.
Bro.
They burned down like 10 cars.
In real life.
They burned down like 10 cars.
Mayhem in real life. It really happened. Allstate. Allstate.
That is absolutely insane. Some dumbass caused a bunch of cars to blow up.
Oh man!
Oh yeah, look at this guy just strolling on the field. You know, if he would have stayed in the end zone with his yellow shirt, he might not have been noticed. It almost looked like he's dubbed into the action.
Somebody said that. What was the caption for somebody was like, yo, this guy just got dropped into the game by Dr. Strange. Like, just dropped into a college football game. Like, where am I at?
Oh, and then he starts getting combative afterwards. Oh, man, just thump that guy. Oh, yeah, that guy had enough. That guy had enough and said, yeah, you're done, bro. Yep, now you're done.
That was nuts.
Yeah, I think my son was asking me, he's like, well, who has to pay for that? I'm like, well, the guy who started the fire, but like that's a gross negligence situation where an insurance company's being like, yeah, I'm not paying for that. Like that voids your insurance. So like for being an idiot and doing something outside. And I think someone said they thought they put it in the trunk.
We're coming back. Hang on.
All right.
Yeah, we're just talking about the guy who blew up like 10 cars in the parking lot. We were talking about during the commercial. I don't remember what game that was, but I remember when that clip got pushed through. Oh, I'd be mortified.
The Dolphins game, I think.
Stadium parking lot. my car blew up because someone forgot to turn off their barbecue. Of course, it was the Dolphins game. Goodness gracious, Jesse, get your people.
It could, but in fairness to Jesse, it could have been somebody from New England.
Yeah,
feels very Buffalo Bills like, to be honest with you.
It's a little northeastern, if you ask me.
Yeah, very Buffalo Bills like.
Yeah,
get to your article that you wrote, your Sunday musings, if you will, regarding Mike Brown and the Kings' defensive struggles. Do want to touch on a couple of quick NFL notes. 49ers starting the season 0-1 after a frustrating loss to the Chicago Bears. You know, we tried to do it for 3 hours. We know we're not going to be successful. I don't think there's any reason to overreact to Trey Lance's performance. It wasn't a spectacular performance. It wasn't a terrible performance. I think calling for Jimmy Garoppolo is foolish on so many different levels, including it would just have to be an acknowledgement by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch saying, yeah, we totally screwed this up. George Kittle wasn't out there. Tough weather for everyone involved. I think Trey did a lot of good. I think he did some things that he's got to correct. James, I was telling, we were talking earlier, one thing that I really, really loved about Trey Lance yesterday was immediately after the game, he was at the podium, he was speaking to the media, and he was able to pinpoint everything that he did wrong with extreme specifics, not only pinpointing what he did wrong, why it was wrong, noting how he can do it better. And to me, that's like someone who has a full grasp of the game. When I hear stuff like that, that's someone who had a full understanding of everything that was happening. And even though I felt like his internal clock hadn't developed yet, the game was moving at a pace he was comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before. Years ago, I remember Dwayne Tickner told me that he pulled De'Aaron Fox aside and said, hey, let's go over your 7 turnovers from last night. It was in his rookie season. He goes, okay. He's like, well, what do you want to know? He goes, well, we'll just go through one by one. He goes, well, here, I'll just name all 7. And he told him all 7. And then he told him what he did wrong in all 7 of them. He goes, yeah, I won't do that again. I know what I did wrong. And so it's good. It's good to have recognition and to be able to understand what you did wrong. I also say this, like, 2 big things that I don't think his teammates helped him out at all. I don't think, like, there was early in the game, I think it was Croft at tight end. He went for a corner route and turned to the inside like he'd never run a corner route in his life. And then Trey Lance, he threw the ball right where it was supposed to go, right towards the corner. But the guy had turned in as opposed to turning out, going towards the sidelines for a corner route, and wasn't able to make the adjustment and catch the ball. And it probably would have been like a 30 or 40-yard gain. And that was fully on the tight end, just realistically not running the right route. I'm not doing the right thing in his route. So I thought his teammates didn't do him a whole lot of favors. The weather was horrible. I thought the interior offensive line, which we've talked about forever, was not good at all. And that's straight up on John Lynch. Like, you knew your interior offensive line isn't good enough. 2 years from now, those guys might be great. But at that point, Trent Williams is 37. So I thought that was an issue. And then just overall, I thought the play calling, again, it was just too conservative too many times. And maybe he doesn't know all of the check down reads. Maybe he doesn't have all the adjustments in place. But I just thought they were way too conservative. Even in, this few times they had an opportunity in red zones and stuff like it. Just like, man, come on. Like, open up the playbook. If this is what you're going to do, then let him play. Let him throw the ball deep. Let him do the things that you're putting him in place because Jimmy Garoppolo can't do. And I thought that there wasn't enough of that. I mean, especially how many runs did he have? And most of those runs he was running because interior line just got blown up. They were getting to him, like, coming right up the middle. And they got to get him. They got to do some work on the support system around him.
One of the things that I think also factors in, it's not a reason why they lost or whatever, but it may be a reason for the sloppy play from this team is, and maybe it's also a reason why I always talk about Kyle Shanahan's teams get better as time goes along, is now with the way they go about training camp and now they play these guys or don't play these guys in preseason games, one thing that we learned during that COVID season is that the preseason seems to matter. Like these guys can't seem to come in off of just spring game and training camp like they do in college. The preseason and the training camp seem to matter. And that's one thing that I'm starting to see with Kyle Shanahan teams is they take a while to get going because of the offense being such a timing offense and a lot of different moving parts. And that could be cause for some of the things we saw on Sunday, but they also got to get better at that. Like they have a lot of guys that have been in that offense for a couple of different years. And I think they got to get better at that. You think, James, that had something to do with it? Just kind of because it wasn't just the Niners. I think we saw a lot across the NFL where teams were just a little rusty from, there's certain guys that just don't play at all in the preseason now and do that stuff. And people trying to find their rhythm.
Yeah, I think that's an issue. But you're always worried. You're trying to balance out, how much does someone play and how much injury risk do you want to put out there? And I mean, I think that's the other thing we didn't even mention there is that, how do we really put like a huge finger at Lyles when he lost his quarterback? I mean, at Lance when he lost his running back and early on in the game, and Elijah Mitchell. I mean, all of these things play into.
Seemingly had no plan B for that. Once Elijah Mitchell went out, Kyle was like, "Well, damn it, what do we do now?"
Yeah, and I really.
What do we do?
I like Jeff Wilson. Like all that guy does is score touchdowns. I mean, no, he had 10 touchdowns like 2 years ago. But at the same time, like, look,
I don't think he's had 10 touchdowns since then.
No, but you need to have somebody that can step in and play a similar style. And that's what it felt like. They didn't have that taken care of. And then, your defensive backs got just smoked on the Pettis steal, on the Pettis touchdown. I mean, you gave up some back-breaking plays. And, again, the defense gave up too many points. I didn't think that Lance was the reason why they were giving up points. It's not like he was Joe Burrow out there throwing 4 picks and pick sixes and everything else. Yeah.
It really boiled down to those 2 mistakes on those big plays. I mean, the defense was not, bad. I wanted more pressure from the front 7 too. I think we saw Ebukam got a sack. I think it was the first drive of the game. I think Bosa got one near the end of the first quarter, and that was it. They didn't get to Justin Fields the rest of the game. I mean, they got to him in terms of they made him move, but they couldn't get their hands on him again. That stood out as well. Derek Carr, kind of the same thing with the Raiders. Derek Carr, 3 interceptions, but for better or worse, he was able to get the Raiders back in that game. Chargers were able to capitalize on a lot of mistakes that the Raiders made, but ultimately it just boiled down to they didn't have enough there at the end to get over the hump, and another Derek Carr mistake put this one away. I still think these were 2 really good teams. This wasn't a good team against a bad team like it was with San Francisco and Chicago. I think these are 2 really good teams that win against each other in the Chargers and the Raiders. But 3 interceptions against the guy who threw 3 touchdowns and no interceptions, it's going to be a tough game to win.
Yeah, Herbert's a star. Like, I mean, that he's good. And they got a lot of tools, They got a lot of good players for him to throw to. A lot of different.
I have underestimated them a little bit in my.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Okay, the Chargers.
Why don't you calm down? As I'm acknowledging, I might not have given them enough credit. They're loaded. I love Khalil Mack, Justin Herbert. Man, my goodness.
Yeah.
By the way, Keenan Allen is a phenomenal one also.
But Keenan Allen even got hurt in that game and went down and didn't finish. And, I mean, he just has a bunch of guys he throws to.
Well, that's it. It was the exact opposite of Derek Carr. Derek Carr was throwing the ball to one guy. Justin Herbert was throwing the ball to everybody.
Yeah. I mean, I was waiting the whole time for Hunter Renfrow to get involved. Just nothing.
It took a while. Yeah.
Just
a long time before Renfrow, even Waller. Like it was Devontae. It was Devontae and Derek. That's what it was.
Yeah. I mean, that becomes predictable though, and that's why you throw 3 interceptions.
Yeah. Okay. Back to the Kings. Back to your writing. We'll be doing this a lot. I mean, it is a 49ers Monday brought to you by Gilmore Heating, Air, and Plumbing. You get more with Gilmore. 2 weeks away from the start of training camp. You posed what might be the most important question of the season in your Sunday musings, and that's, can Mike Brown fix the Kings' defensive struggles? So my first question to you, I believe, is really creative based off your writing. James, can Mike Brown fix the Kings' defensive struggles?
You know, it's a little bit like the 49ers question, right? Like you're asking a coach to do something just like you're asking Trey Lance to do something, and you might not have given him the pieces around, the pieces to do what you're asking him. Mm-hmm. And I think that, yes, he's going to improve the defense. And if he can just move them into the top 20 in the NBA, then I think that that's a huge, huge achievement in year one. But the Kings need more defensive players. They need 3-and-D players. They need Keon Ellis, but they need a 6'10" or 6'7", 8" Keon Ellis to play the 3. And the same thing as a backup 4. You need these types of players. And I think Mike Brown, he will hold players accountable. And that's the one thing I believe that will help. But at the same time, it's going to be difficult. I mean, Keegan Murray might be a better defensive player than the players you have there from last season. Clearly in year one, he's going to be better than Marvin Bagley. But, can he be better than Trey Lyles? Can he be better than, hey, look at that, I got that one right. He can be better than Chimezie Metu. I think he can be better, like more stable than those guys. And I know that Kevin Huerter's going to be an upgrade over the defensive, play that we saw from Buddy Hield or from Tyrese Halliburton. But neither of these guys are going to be defensive stoppers. If they can be league average defenders, then that's pretty good. So how do you get that improvement? And Mike Brown is going to have to do a lot of smoke and mirrors. He's going to have to do a lot of crazy stuff and be extremely creative. And then he's going to have to demand that certain players play better. He's going to have to tell De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes that, like, look, you have to be defensive players on every single possession. Like, there is no taking time off here. Like, they're not, like, good enough overall as a defensive unit to have guys that have the talent to do it that just don't do it. And so I think Mike Brown is in the 37, going on 38 years in Sacramento. He's the best defensive coach they probably have ever brought in as far as like what he's done in the past. He's also the winningest coach that I believe they've ever brought in outside of maybe Adelman, but even when Adelman got to the Kings, I'm not sure what his win-loss record was like coming in. He's a really, really good coach, but we're asking him to do something that I don't know that, anyone could do. And especially in year one, maybe by year two, he can have him in the top 15. Then again, maybe he's just so good that he walks in and boom, they're that they figure it out.
Let me ask you this: what's the bare minimum you think this team, and we'll use rankings as a barometer. What's the bare minimum you think this team has to reach defensively to be able to make the playoffs?
I think one of the biggest problems is we assume that they're going to be good offensively because they don't play defense and they're more offensive minded, and they weren't good offensively last year either. I think they finished 25 in defensive rating last season. They're going to have to be able to get into, the top, I'd say 18 to 21, and you got a shot at the playoffs. That's about it. I think that's where you got to be. And that's a tall task. I mean, there are teams that finish around 25, 26, 27 in defensive rating and somehow squeak into the playoffs, but they're so good offensively that's why. I think the other...
Uh-oh.
I wasn't sure if that was me or...
No, it got him. It got him. It got him. Ladies and gentlemen, down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier. And Ham is in his. Oh no,
he's back.
It's all right, Ham. That's all right.
Him and PDX.
That's all right, James. It's plaguing ESPN 1320 today. That's okay. Yeah. So I'll pick up where, well, at least where you left off for us. You're talking about finishing kind of in the 18 range. Certainly far more respectable than where they've been in recent years. But can the Kings finish in that area that you and Kenny are talking about right there? If, as a team, if Fox and Sabonis aren't particularly good defensively, because I think there are concerns about both of them, and they're very fair. But can the team as a whole get better if those two stay still?
Yeah, they can, but you have to have the right pieces around them. So first of all, I don't think Sabonis is that bad of a defensive player. I think he gets a rap because he's not a shot blocker, but I still think he eats up a lot of space. He's really strong. He doesn't get shoved around. And the other thing is, like, we've talked about this a little bit, but in order to be a good defensive team, you have to actually get the defensive rebound and end the possession. And he's an exceptional rebounder. I think they'll be better as a rebounding team. And that will help them. I think Keegan Murray will help that process. I think, like having him play the 4 as opposed to Mo Harkless play the 4, or even if you want to say that Harrison Barnes is your 4 and he averaged 5.6 rebounds per game last year, you can get a lot more out of that 4 position alongside Sabonis. This couldn't be a really good defensive rebounding team. And so that's one way that I think, like, so to answer your question, yes, Sabonis can help this team, but it might not be because he's a lockdown, defender. I think also, like, bring up Keegan Murray. The one thing that I liked about Keegan Murray as a shot blocker at the college level is that he's kind of a weak side guy. He does a little bit of damage as in man-to-man defense where he blocks shots, but really at the NBA level, he's not going to have all the opportunity to just go in and swipe it. A bunch of shot attempts that Sabonis is pinning a guy down and he's coming over the top to block shots, but there's going to be a few of those, and so you're hoping that he can help out as a shot blocker. He's going to get torched by his man shooting threes in the corner if he does that too often. But overall, I mean, like, look, this isn't going to be super easy, and I think De'Aaron Fox has a long way to go as a defender, but I also think that he's shown in stints that he can be a good defender. And so he needs Mike Brown to pull it out of him. And he also, he needs to step up to the challenge. And if not, he needs to sit down while Davion Mitchell locks people up. And that's the way it goes. Like, if you don't want to play defense, then you don't get to play. And so I hope that they get to that point where they feel comfortable enough. But I think the small amount of improvements that they made around these guys, as far as the defensive side, it can help, but they still need more,
I think they're going to be a pretty good defensive team. And I think just the combination of a coach that stresses defense, better players on the roster, more attention to detail on the defensive end, I think that alone could get them to that 18 range. I continue to say 15 to 18, I think is a possibility. I think it's a situation where they got guys that are just really staying locked in and caring about what they're doing. Then a coach that has that cares about a defensive game plan and making that the basis of everything. I think that alone is going to get them where you talked about, that 18 range. I say possibly 15 to 18.
Yeah, I think that's what the sort of the crux is to the piece from Sunday, is that Mike Brown walks in with like a defensive cachet. He knows how to teach defense. And like, people could argue with me all they want, but the Warriors finished, like, depends on where you look, but like NBA.com rankings, they were number 2 in defensive rating in the league last year. And they didn't have a single guy average more than 7.3 rebounds per game. And Steph Curry was their 3rd leading rebounder. And Steph Curry played major minutes, but Draymond Green missed half the season as your defensive guy. And Klay Thompson was coming back after missing 3 years. And Wiggins became a better defender. And Peyton, showed up and played really solid defense, even though he wasn't expected to even like make that team. But he still did that in like 18 to 19 minutes a game. So like, how did Mike Brown do smoke and mirrors with that team last year? And that's the one thing that Kings fans should kind of look at and go, okay, this guy's a really good defensive coach. He coached that team, and although they're a veteran team that have been together forever, those aren't defensive players for the most part. I mean, Klay Thompson on one leg is not the same as Klay Thompson in his prime running around locking people up. It's just totally different.
Kingsbeat.com. Go become a subscriber. Go become a premium subscriber. And go subscribe to the podcast. Search the Kings Beat wherever you get podcasts from, whether it's here on the Odyssey app or on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, whatever it may be. We're just 2 weeks away from the start of NBA training camp and media day, and so our Kings coverage is about to hit overdrive. James Ham's Kings coverage is about to hit overdrive. One thing in the craziness of week one of the NFL season with the 49ers and the Raiders losses and all the different surprises we saw in week one. And I think we've got a fun game tonight with Russell Wilson's return to Denver. The WNBA finals started yesterday, and the Aces won 1-0. It was a bizarre game. Like the Aces score by just, well, this is going to sound dumb, so I'll just take the L for this. The Aces score. They win games by scoring a lot. They did not score a lot. Like they won 67-64. No one, like it just was a total anti-Las Vegas game, but they got the job done. Unfortunately, it was buried in the midst of everything that was happening in week one. But the Aces take their first step to capturing their first WNBA championship. If you missed any part of today's show, you can catch us on podcast form. Remember, Jesse doesn't eat if you don't download the podcast. Search CeeLo1KC. You could also check out the latest edition of Corners of the Culture, where we revisit the blueprint. And we're coming up on the anniversary of Ready to Die dropping. So the new album, our new podcast, the new episode of our podcast, Corners of the Culture, will drop Thursday when we revisit Ready to Die. So go check that out wherever you get podcasts from. And make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Don't panic, Niner gang.
I don't know why I felt the need to say so much as we wrapped up there. All right, as will be the case virtually every day this week. We've got to go. I did that. I did see that. That's what kept my attention.
That too.
I kept
won too.
It was a race too. RG3 got him. RG3 got the Seahawk there at the end. RG3 got the Seahawk. We appreciate you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow.